Happy Tuesday. It is just after 5 a.m. here in beautiful Arizona. I am Captain Coder and I am here ready to work on this RPG prototype that I've been building. Trying to figure out how to teach this type of project, this type of program, how to teach, how to design this type of program, how to approach creating an RPG. And if you want to follow that progress, if you want to check out that project write-up that I'm working on, you can do so at venturequest.captaincoder.org. And go through, follow the instructions, follow the project. It doesn't give you complete step-by-step instructions. Instead, it's trying to give you an approach, teach you something while you go, force you to learn something. But if you're curious and trying to learn how to make a dice roll or make an RPG that's based on tabletop gaming, then check it out. Check it out. Give me some feedback on it too. I'm hoping to get some feedback on it. Have some of my some of the people who've been watching have given me some great feedback on it. So I'm all about improving. I'm all about getting better. So the question is, what are we going to work on today? Last time I was really happy. Smab, my friend, so nice to see you. So nice to see you. Good morning or good afternoon. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. It's nice to see you. So yesterday we were playing around with serialization. We got our serializers working, and I really wanted, all right, so something that, and this kind of makes sense. So and for anyone who missed it yesterday, we created, so if we look here, I have this idea of an I character. So I have an interface. I'm trying to follow, I don't know, good program. I'm trying to follow good program practices. But we have an interface for what defines a character. And honestly, this interface should probably be called like living entity or something like that. So, because this is going to be the same thing that some of these things actually won't be here, but this will sort of be the same properties that any type of creature, monsters, humans. So in Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop world, all creatures happen to have some set of abilities. They have like an inventory, they can drop stuff, that sort of thing. And so the idea though is I have an interface called iCharacter, and then if I decided to create, so I have player character, and the idea we have like non-player characters, so NPCs, PCs and NPCs. But I would like to be able to display those in my inspector. So one thing Unity does nice is it gives you some nice tools for easily showing elements in the Unity inspector. So if we take a look at our character controller, all right, so you can create these mono behaviors. Mono behaviors are components that you can add to game objects. For example, I have a character controller here that is representing a character in the scene that can be that you would like to potentially interact with. One of the things that I have is it can load from storage on load. So this ends up being the player's character. So when they move into, when this scene loads, it says load this character from storage. It's the one that the player, the user should be controlling. And we can tell the compiler, we can basically tell the editor, hey, I want this field to be visible in the inspector by adding this serialized field to that property or field of a class. All right, so then it shows up in the inspector. This is pretty nice, pretty convenient for editing stuff, modifying things in your inspector. You can only put this on primitive types. Yeah, that's not true. You can put it on class. You can put it on anything that is serializable. So for example, my player character happens to be serializable. It doesn't work with, and then you say which fields inside there you want to be serialized. By default, if something's public, if you have a public field, it gets serialized by default. Otherwise, you have to say, hey, I'd like to serialize this thing. Doesn't work for complex data. So I think the most complex thing that works for it is lists and arrays of serializable types, and it will recursive down into there. I am using an interface iCharacter, so I really wanted my character controller to be able to show that character's information in the inspector. It'd be nice to be able to see that, fiddle with it, and adjust it. So yesterday we played around with creating custom editor. So this is me going a long roundabout way to say. Yesterday we played around with how do we add custom data into our inspector, and we wrote a controller here, character inspector, which you attach to it. So it has an observable character that you attach, and then it has a special file, character inspector editor. So there's a special class you can subclass and say, hey, this thing is what should show up for that inspector. And we have this thing displaying, it essentially serializes out. It's a special serializer in some ways. It's actually not serializing anything, it's just rendering it. Whatever character happens to be in our observable character here, because we dragged that in, is the character that we get to observe in the scene. So now I see here I have Delilah, that's the name of my character. They have gold, and I can change their gold, and it updates in the scene. If I spend some gold, you can see my character update. So it goes back and forth. That's essentially what we did yesterday. We're saying, can we get this thing to go back and forth? The answer is yes, we can. Yes, we can. It's just a matter of figuring out exactly what to do as far as rendering it. Right now, it only shows up during play mode, which kind of makes sense because the observable character can change. And in fact, the observable character doesn't exist yet because it's loaded from storage. So it doesn't exist until we actually click run. So that makes sense to me. Part of me would like to be able to potentially see the character in here anyway, outside. Also, there's like these immutable types. So what's interesting is name and strength and all of these things are actually immutable, so it makes sense that we can do it. Core, so nice to see you again, my friend. Happy Tuesday. Is it almost Wednesday for you, I think? But hello, welcome aboard. Just reiterating what I did yesterday to give myself a little bit of an idea of what I want to work on next. So I have some ideas of what I want to do next. How's your did you come off your, I noticed you in the Discord you had said you drank some coffee. That was at 2:30 a.m. my time. I don't know what time it was for you, but I hope you're coming down a little bit off that coffee. That's 2.5 hours ago. Caffeine can last a little bit though, so I hope you're coming off of that caffeine rush a little bit. What are we doing here? Yeah, so what do I want to get done today? This was pretty cool. I was really happy to get this done. Part of me wants to explore. You hold a crucial position, very important person, it sounds like then. Organization reports. That doesn't sound fun, but it does sound important. I don't know how important it is, but it sounds important. Yeah, so this was a fun exploration to explore how to do inspectors. And they're custom editors. It's not that hard to just get something in there. I'm sure when you start playing around with GUI stuff, it'll become a lot more challenging. We could make that so you could change the character name, but the character name is actually immutable, so you couldn't. On the interface, it's immutable, so you'd need something that would like let you adjust the JSON somehow. So we're not going to do that. I wanted to go through and render the inventory as well, and I was kind of hoping to add in sort of a like collapsible element here. That could be useful to be able to see the character's information, but I don't know if that's that important. But yeah, that's sort of where we are. So I was happy to do that. let's look at our to-do list in our, see what we should look like, potentially work on next. I have some ideas about what I want to do next. To do. Consider character equipment? No. Yeah, so I did this. This was something I explored, which was really nice. So now I know I can do it. I could potentially, I'm gonna update this. Consider if my keyboard will comply. It's trying to make me go crazy here. So consider generalizing character why is this being that way? Consider creating, this is crazy. Why is it? It's like the markdown tool's loading or something. Can I edit a C# script? Okay. Consider generalizing. Why? I literally don't know what's going on with my editor. Consider generalizing the character inspector editor to work with. Apparently I cannot edit markdown anymore. Can I change modes? I know, I can't believe I've made it to day 9 as well. Change language mode text. Let's go to plain text. Yeah, for some reason the markdown mode is getting caught up in something. Consider generalizing the character inspector editor. No, it's not that. It's still. Wow. Gee, happy Tuesday, my friend. Sorry you caught me right when I was getting extra frustrated with VS Code not allowing me to type anything. Can you generate the character inspector editor? It's almost like the spelling tool is going crazy because I have all of these weird things. So I notice it's after it unfreezes the syntax highlighting for, or the squiggly lines all show up. Generate the character inspector editor to work for anything that implements and as JSON flash is observable. I think we can generalize it that way. I'm not going to do that now. It's just something, since we explored that editor, it'd be nice to do. So this is like some niceties, things to learn. I think what I want to do today, I'm doing really well. G, how are you? Thank you for asking. I think I want to do one of these things. Consider current needs to be better deserialization method, potentially write a interface. This would be kind of fun to write, I think. The tool for selecting which subclass under the hood to select for deserialization. We'd use this factory type thing, so I can think of a way to do this. Or I might, so another thing I want to do is, let's add to my to-do list here, create character status screen, which allows equipping and unequipping equipment. Yeah, Core, thank you for that. I'm actually trying to decide what I want to do for my sign-on. Right now, I'm just like looking at my to-do list, trying to decide what I want to do. So yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do. So but I do want to do my sign-on. That's sort of what I'm trying to consider now. So these are sort of like options. So if anyone wants something, has suggestions for what I want to what I should work on, let me know. Or if you want to see something specific, like how I might go about implementing it. So a scene transition manager needs to be done eventually. Sort of generalizing what I did yesterday with the character interface. I think I could use reflection to generalize that for any interface that happens to implement these two things. It's specifically the as JSON and iObservable. I think we could do it that way pretty easily. Easily is a strong word, but use reflection. Conceptually, I understand, I think, how I would approach it, but I'd have to, the nitty details of that are important. The writing a factory selector. Gee, you can't give any input on the sign-on thing. That's fine. That's fine. I'm more than anything, I was saying, if anyone wants to see something specific happen as far as this goes, let me know. Eventually, though, I do need to create a forest / area for random encounters. That's sort of where I would like to go next. Have some sort of random encounter system. But I think I need to do the equip and unequip first. Need to add in hit points, you know. Add in hit points. / other stats to character. So we need to have this idea of like, what is an attack? How do you defend? What are the rules in that regard? How quickly is there like a priority queue? Do your speed somehow affect how often you get to do stuff? So there's a bunch of stuff. Create so really create combat system. Add forests to the town hub. So these are sort of the things I could do. Some of these are more technical. They're all these are relatively technical actually, but some of them involve doing some more fun stuff here. Add in an armor shop is something I need to do. Add an armor shop. You know, add healer to town. Add potions / usable items. I used to do a accountability report for 250 plus days. Now your sign-on make me want to do it again in a more efficient way. Yeah, so my sign-on is there to sort of keep me focused. I think of it a little bit like a, what is that? So we used to do stand-ups, right? So when I was in software engineering, we do stand-up at the beginning of the day. You come and you say, here's what I'm working on. This is what I'm going to get done today. You know, time estimation. So it keeps me honest, not only with myself, but mostly with myself, actually. By putting it out there in the world, it makes me be a little bit more accountable and helps focus my energies into whatever I happen to be working on. So these are sort of my, no particular order on these. Yeah, so that's sort of what I'm thinking, G, is maybe I should do something visually satisfying, which would be like my equipment screen, I think, my status screen. Yesterday we did nothing visually satisfying. I have some errors here. What did I do? Can we just, there we go. Yeah, so we did nothing visually satisfying yesterday, but the shop works come together. It's pretty nice. I think I need to, I think like a combat system would be really nice next. So you have sort of, so this would sort of force me to make a different type of living entity. So I think I'd have to abstract one level above character and then have sort of a living entity. So like, what does a living entity have? Oh, what I did was very satisfying. So what I could do then, all right, so one thing I might want to do is make it so that we could actually edit these values. In my brain, these are immutable values, so I can't actually edit them. I'd have to do something a little bit hacky to edit them, where I sort of have sort of like an editable version that goes through and would, yeah. So these happen to be the gold one's the only one that isn't. So the fun thing is, I've tried to put a -100 in there. It actually won't let me because my exception occurs. That's interesting. Okay, it's a debug.assert, yeah. So we had a little thing saying, hey, by the way, can't set your gold below 0. So that's cool that happens. I think the most satisfying thing to do here would be to create well, I want to do combat, right? I want to do combat. So let's do combat. We'll do the equipment screen later. Do an equipment screen later, but that like requires us to have stats. So actually, let's do a character status screen. All right, so we're gonna do a status screen next, and this is not gonna be something we finish all in one day because it's gonna it needs to have like the inventory and then like a character spot where you can like drag weapons and stuff in. So let's say that that's our next prime goal to finish. Current prime goal. So I'm to help folks. It's like my prime goal. I know I'm not going to be able to finish this in one day. Implement status screen. Yes, the combat's going to be a whole subsystem, exactly. But I think I can do a status screen because that's going to sort of help me think about, okay, well, what stats does a character need? We need to be able to equip our character with stuff, so we're going to do a status screen next. So that's our big prime goal. And so today, let's get a scene going. All right. Corfless got to sign on going as well. Sign on. Prime goal overall. Create a status screen where the character can equip, unequip, and see their status. That's the prime goal. Today. Yeah. Games have zillion credits these days, and so each little system has its own person in charge of it, essentially. So our prime goal today, create a status screen with character inventory. All right, so create status screen. It should have spots with spots for character inventory, character status. So this will be hit points, abilities, and like all of your, and I guess I need to come up with this like idea of a total defense or something. So what are the statistics that a player has? Abilities. So statistics and abilities. Those are the sort of the two things we need. So this is telling me I'm going to need a statistics class. Otherwise, my character is going to have like a hit point. So that's going to have like a 90 things in there. But we'll statistics abilities. So it's going to show inventory, statistics abilities, and equipment manifest. So you'll be able to have your equipment and stuff displayed as well. Yeah, RPG is not a one-man project for sure. But it's fun to explore it. I don't know how far I'm actually going to get. I just haven't yet figured out what I'm going to do next, what my next project is. So for now, I'm going to keep going on it because I'm having so much fun doing it. All right, so we're going to create a screen with spots for though. And then I'm going to ignore the statistics part for now. In fact, I'll probably have it just render on the screen a little bit of status, the abilities and name and portrait. All right, but what I really want to focus on is create equipment manifest prefab that has a paper doll style drag drop system. All right, so it's sort of gonna be a paper doll system where you can drag and drop things into it. Although I might change my mind on this and make it more of like you click on a slot and it like will highlight it and you can like click a thing to equip, something like that. So we're gonna create equipment manifest prefab. It's a paper style drag and drop system. Just a template, no implementation. And then my bonus, cool. Good to know, Core. Good to know, Core. My bonus is going to be to actually have bonus is sort of explore how to do drag / drop with Canvas. I know how to do click events, but dragging and dropping is going to be a challenge, and I think we'll need some special. We'll have to implement some special stuff to make that work. All right, so that's my sign on today. That's huge. Probably way more than I do, but we're gonna start with the status screen and creating. I think it'll be not so bad to add in a character inventory to it. Okay. Let's give it a shot. Let us go to scenes. Let us create a new scene. This is going to be status screen. It's saying my shop's not saved. We'll go ahead and save that. All right, so we got a status. Let's create a canvas, and let's have this canvas be set up to scale the same as all of my other canvases. Guess it's canvases. Okay, and now we want to. I need a character inventory there, and so I think if I just take my prefab, I can just add this in. Oh, that's interesting. Character inventory, add it to my canvas. All right. And so we'll put the inventory to the right side again. So I'll have it be positioned there, -50. This is all Gitted. Yeah, it's all in Git. Repository is completely open if you want to check it out. I'll post a link to it if you want to check it out. Adventure Quest prototype. Yeah, everything that's been committed is here on the develop branch. Feel free to do what you want with it. I have no qualms with anyone touching it. All right, so we got our character inventory. And so we need to we need to put a character in the screen. So character, we'll do player, character, controller. And then character, controller like this. We're gonna load that character. And when this one changes, our character inventory will update. So this should... You got the Carolina Reaper cheese snack. Despite the name, I don't find it very spicy. I'm a big fan of super spicy things. So the Carolina... I definitely would say the Carolina Reaper stuff I've tried has been spicy, but not devastating to me. I do love spicy things. All right, so This still works. You can still hide these things. The click doesn't attach to our player character controller. What I want to, and then if we add in an inspector. All right, not bad. Pretty easy to get an so we've built our inventory system pretty well. Not inventory. We built our inventory. Very easy to add in a character inventory here. Now I want to sort of add in sort of the sort of paper doll equipment thing over here. So first though, I want to sort of add in the status screen here. All right, so I think I want to, let's go to our character prefab scenes, our character creator. I essentially want to still this thing, this builder, and not the builder, but the things inside of it. I sort of want to replicate this and just have like the portrait and essentially the portrait slash abilities I want to sort of replicate as a essentially a prefab. This one's going to be different. I think, well, maybe not. Maybe not. So let's add this to our prefabs. This is character portrait slash abilities. All right, it's portrait slash abilities. Let's see if we can add that into our scene for our status. And that thing is not, let's see what happens here. If let's position it here in the top left. We'll do 50 minus, let's give it 800 width. Okay. There we go. So it does sort of scale out. So these next previous things I don't want in there. All right, so let's go back. Let's go. Or I need to remove it from the prefab. All right, let's go to our scene character creator. Let's save this. In our character creator, let's just for now, I don't want to break anything. We're gonna unpack. Oh, the portrait and abilities have that. I should probably not have it that way. Let's unpack this. Prefab, unpack. Now I'm going to modify my character, portrait, and abilities. This prefab, we're going to set the width to be 900. What is the in our scene there before? $1,040. So that's pretty wide. 1040. 1040. Okay. I know that what's interesting is that this image, I should layout element min width 512. There we go. That should make it so if it changes size, the abilities shrink. Okay. And let's get rid of these buttons. And we'll get rid of these buttons. We can't roll the stats. And we will set... Don't expand height. The height of this to 512. Nice. Okay, so we have this. The one thing is we want to have this top element accept a character to populate these tables. Ability tables and totals tables. Yeah, I'm not exact. So I think these were being updated. Let's go look at this script. Abilities table. Edit script. This has a method render which takes an abilities or a player character. And I realized there's a way to do this better. I can have something called I has abilities and have it render that thing instead. So we're gonna add that in as well. So in our character, create a new interface. I has abilities. Namespace adventure quest dot character and public interface I has abilities. And basically anything that has abilities needs to have a property on it. Public I has abilities, abilities that we can get. So the idea here is I can replace this. So my abilities table can render abilities, so it takes in abilities, or it can render something that has abilities. So if something has abilities, it can just pass it through to the render there, as long as we're imported. Chart. My C key's dying on this keyboard, which makes me sad. I'm gonna have to get a new one. Story Girl pointed out a couple times yesterday I kept typing character instead of character. But that should fix this I has abilities. And we're gonna rename this to has abilities. And then we just say abilities. So we forwarded that in. And now our player character, we just say that, oh yeah, well, this thing is a character. Come on. An I character. If you're an I character, you happen to have I has abilities. So you have, basically, if you're a character, you have abilities, so therefore you can get rendered, and now I can drop this thing here. So that's not unique to I character because it's anything that has abilities. Same with equipment and inventory. We've slowly been removing those things, and eventually I'm probably gonna have something called, JSONable. And so we are defining these interfaces to make it easier to talk about things that share aspects but are different things. So in some ways this is emulating multiple inheritance, but there's not multiple inheritance in C sharp. And that's a good thing. For the most part, that's a good thing. Multiple inheritance gets out of control, can get out of control. It says saying it doesn't have this. Did I just name it right? Oh, this should be abilities, like that. Compile, please. Okay. So our abilities table can render anything that has abilities or just raw abilities. So we should be able to pass that in there. But I want to have that be exposed from this top component. So I want to create a character portrait, or maybe these really should probably be two separate. I'm gonna make this a prefab as well. I'm gonna call this abilities table. Make that a prefab. And then our portrait, I don't know that this needs to be a prefab, but I'm gonna call it character portrait. Make that a prefab. And then our overall thing is a prefab. So our portrait here needs to be observing. Yeah, so this should have an observable. No, we need to give it an observable character. We need to give it an observable character so that way it can, so this should have an observable character on it. And what we do is when that character changes, so character portrait. Thinking here. Yes, this will have an observable character on it. And these children, the abilities table and the character portrait, sort of register themselves here. So when the character changes, our portrait becomes... we need to set... We're going to set the portrait key. Let's go look at this script, though. Oh, wrong script. Our character portrait, in fact, it's sort of the image here. Or portrait needs access to... So this object, portrait selector, has our portrait database on it. Good. On key change. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm pretty sure portrait selector. Again, this is telling me that I need to have a has sprite key. So I'm trying to set this the key, so that I'm trying to make the key change, and I'm not able to do that here because my character doesn't have sort of the character portrait needs to be able to know how to render character portrait. I want to be able to say what the portrait key is. I want to be able to put something here, but I need to get that property off of the character. And so my portrait needs to have a method that accepts the I character, but really I don't want to accept an I character. I want to accept something that has a string on it. So something that has a portrait. It needs to be able to render any portrait. And so in my character, we're gonna, and I know we're getting maybe a little overly abstract here. So one thing I could do is in my portrait selector, one option I have would be to have so we have this portrait key that we can set. I could have also another method that accepts my event is an I character. So if I had public void render I character. So if we have a character to pass in, we can say, well, let's go ahead and set the portrait key equal to the characters. We got to import this. Got to use this namespace. But if we have that, the character has a portrait sprite key. So we could do that. All right. And as time goes on, we might have different types of portraits. We're going to leave this for now because this might be just a portrait thing. We might not have other things. I'm assuming that later on we're going to need one for living entity or for monster or something, but we'll look at that when we get there. But what's going on here is now my character portrait, because I've added this method here for rendering, my event is providing an I character. And so now I can actually in my portrait selector say render. So now when this loads up, whenever the character changes, this will change. Additionally, I'm going to do the same thing when a character changes. I want my abilities table, and inside of this, I believe the actual table's here. And for this prefab, I don't need the total, I don't think. So yeah, these are two different things. I don't need this. We'll get this off the prefab. Let's go to our abilities table real quick. Oh, I have two abilities tables. I don't think I need this one. I don't know now. I don't know. I think I just created this one. Which one am I using? Oh no. I'm using this one, which I don't really want, I don't think. We're gonna hang on. Let's come back to my portrait abilities prefab here. I'm gonna get rid of abilities table. Yikes. This one has the whole like wrapper around it. I see what this one's doing. Okay, so we're gonna rename this character abilities table, and really I want to get rid of that in here. Let's say that, just so we can see it better, the preferred width is something like 500 and 500. Okay, let's save that. Let's go back to my portrait abilities. All right, so we got that total taken off, and what we want to do is this table down here has an abilities table that lets us render an eye character on it. But it's not really an eye character. It happens to be that an eye character has abilities. So we created this interface has abilities. We can render anything in an ability table that has abilities. All right. So I think if we were to add this to... I don't like it's at the top level here, but maybe that's fine. Maybe that's not, I don't want this prefab. I don't want anyone to change these two things if they use it. But let's add this to our status screen. Okay, and let's make our inventory a little bit. The status the portrait, this wants to be, can I reset? There's nothing that is ready to be reset. Really, we want this to be 1,000. It wants to be 1,000 wide and 512 tall. That looks okay. I think once we fill this in with abilities, the pluses, if they're too big, might be awkward. But let's attach. I think I've done it in a way that I can attach. All right, so this player character control, I say when the character on this screen changes, set the character in this observable. Let's give that a shot. Yeah, so now we get our character's abilities here. That's nice. One other thing, let's add in my character inspector here, just so we can see our character. And we're gonna attach, we're gonna say it's this one, the one that we're observing. So this is our character status screen. I am really, really happy with how easy that was. And the reason it was as easy as it was happens to be because I've defined these prefabs. And the classes are sort of built out nicely. Okay. Great. There's my character Delilah. Do I need to have... Oh no, it says Delilah's inventory here. So I'm happy with that. I think I'm gonna leave it that way. So you have the character's name, you have... These don't do anything, so we haven't had any on clicks. But we could potentially say like go to equipment or something along those lines. So I want to, and then we'll put a little menu down here. That's what we'll do. All right, so we'll add in a empty. So this is going to be called our menu or status menu. And the status menu will let us sort of like click on our inventory. Yeah, prefab variants were cool. I just learned about them the other day as well. It's super helpful. Let's put it that way. 50 minus or positive 50. This thing is 1040. No, how big was this? portrait 1,000. I made it 1,000 wide. And let's go with 450. There we go. So I have a status menu. We'll add a background to it. Oh, I guess we don't need a background. We'll add some buttons to it though. Okay, so we got some buttons. All right, and let's have this have a horizontal layout group. Well, things in the lower center, and we'll adjust the width of our buttons, and we'll say like exit button. So this allows us to return to town exit button. Put exit. Exit. I don't know. Exit's the wrong word, but it's sort of like closed status screen is what I want. Oh, this should be a vertical layout group. And it will be lower center. Right, so exit. I'm gonna end up changing this to have more stats on it, which is fine, but for now, don't expand height. Let's have 20 spacing. Exit, and this will be status button. Status. Oh, or equipment. This will be equipment. So you'll click equipment, and then sort of a paper doll thing will open up here. So we gotta get our paper doll thing going. But I'm really happy with this. So this was sort of, I can't believe how quickly I was able to put that together. Yeah, I can't believe how quickly I was able to do step one here. Create status screen with spots for inventory, statistics, and equipment manifests. All right, so we just gotta add in the equipment manifest now, which is gonna be, that's gonna be a challenge, right? Because now it's sort of like we need this equipment manifest, pre-render, prefab. That's, I guess, the big thing I'm doing today, or I want to try and get done today. So let's go see if we can find like your traditional picture of sort of a paper doll equipment thing. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know how to communicate what I'm thinking, but I want sort of a quote-unquote paper doll, RPG paper doll. That does not. RPG equipment shadow. Oh man. I want sort of like a wow, this is gonna be harder to find than I thought. RPG character outline. Let's go with character outline, and we'll go with just 2D art. I sort of want this, something that's like this. All right, so but it's just an outline. Concept art might be reasonable to have in here too. Yes, I kind of want something like this, where we can have cleaning when house cleaning with visitors coming. Yeah, definitely worth doing. I'm not the don't want to say I'm dirty, but organized. I'm not the most organized person throughout my house, so I understand that wanting to pick up. Over on YouTube, we got Eder. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Eder, happy Tuesday. Thanks for coming by. Welcome aboard. We are building a character status screen today, or at least trying to, seeing what we can get done here. We're trying to find some assets that we want to use for the equipment screen that'll allow us to specify where equipment goes on a character. I'm having trouble finding a good asset. I want to find just a silhouette. Ooh, let's try character silhouette. I might go to Dolly. Dolly might be able to generate something for me here. Yeah, welcome aboard, Eder. How are things going for you? All right, let's try Dolly. Let's see if we can get Dolly to generate something for us. AI art to the rescue. Oh, let's go log in over here. Secrets. Logging in with my secrets. All right. So I want a silhouette. That's not how I spelled it. Oh, I'm missing the E. Okay, silhouette. Trying to get started with a game. Cool. Are you a developer, or are you just learning game dev? What do you do? I'm curious. What makes you interested in game development? A silhouette of a character with on a white background cartoon. Let's try this. Silhouette of a character on a white background. I need to stop touching my face. I touched my eye yesterday and gave myself this horrible... this is pretty good. This is close to what I want. This one's close. So let's try a silhouette of a medieval an adventurer on a white background with their similar to Vitruvian Man. Vitruvian Man. I want it to be similar to Vitruvian Man. Let's see if that helps. Ooh, junior software developer. Excellent. Have you ever made a game before? This is what I want. This one here. I want something similar to this. Let's do variations. So over on YouTube, Eder is a junior software developer looking to get started on a game. I just want a silhouette though. I'm so close. So close. This one's pretty good too. A black silhouette. Yeah, we're trying to generate assets. We're no artists. Okay, I think... Let's try one more time. Give me something good. Come on, Dolly. Give me something good. Alright, we'll use this one. This one's close enough. I want the arms to be down. So I did similar to Vitruvian Man with arms at a downward angle. See if that helps. You can see how desperate I am here not to learn how to make my own art. Ooh. All right, I think I can adjust this one enough to fit what I want. All right, so we will add in a little bit here. See if we can get some feet generated in here. But I think I can edit out some of the things I don't want. The black lines coming out, I think I can edit those out pretty easily. That's what I want for the feet. That one's good. And the hands, the head a little bit up above. All right, I think I'm happy. I'm happy with this. We're gonna download this, we're gonna edit it. We're gonna see if we can get the arms to rotate downward. We're gonna try to get the arms to rotate down. We're gonna try and get rid of, maybe we'll leave the lines and I'm not sure. All right, so we're gonna download this to my project. C# is awesome. I've fallen in love with C#. I'm learning Unity myself. If you already know C# and you're a developer, one of the things that I can recommend to you, if you're interested in doing what I'm doing here, making an RPG or just learning Unity a little bit, give me a second here. I gotta focus while I find this folder. Geez. Let me download this. I can't download this. Possible assets, right? Get J Collard. Dice Roller, that's why it is. That's why I couldn't find it. The project's called Dice Roller. Possible assets. And we're gonna say this is still Huet. Okay. All right. So I have been putting together, I'm not done. I'm writing it up. So I'm teaching a Unity class. This term I just started teaching it, but I was building this as a prototype to understand how you might go about using Unity to build it. And I'm putting my instructions here on adventurequest.captaincoder.org. If you want to check it out, you can. This might help you get started with Unity a little bit. It's not the best, but I'd love feedback on it as well. Since you're already a programmer, you'll hopefully appreciate some of it. I'm talking about how to do unit testing, designing for manageability, that sort of thing. So I'd love to get your feedback on it if you'd like. You can also join, if you'd like to keep in touch and let me know what you think, you can join the Discord. And the Discord, do I have a Discord command over on YouTube? Here, let's send that to you on this side. Yeah, there it is. Feel free to join the Discord. That's where post questions. Got a nice little community going on that is pretty fun, actually. All right, let's edit this picture here. It's in our possible assets. Dice roller. No problem, no problem. And that said, I'm not necessarily, I am definitely not a game developer. I'm not a game developer. I'm just dabbling in this to help support my students. All right, we're gonna edit this. Kind of want to open it in. See if I can convert it to vector graph. It'd be easy to move the arms down, like rotate them if they were a vector. But we're gonna try this out. We're gonna try getting rid of, delete that. We're gonna try severing these pixels here. That's not erase. Where's erase? Oh, Eddard, thank you. I go by Captain Coder online. So that's my online persona, Captain Coder. Yeah, that's what you can call me if you'd like. Yeah. So Captain Coder, you're on my YouTube channel, Captain Coder Live. I post, not really, I don't do a lot else. I have another channel where I post like non-live videos. That's just Captain Coder, YouTube / Captain Coder. And then I've been streaming for a little over a month now. I did Advent of Code and then had a blast streaming. So we're going to sever these. And if you're on Twitch, there's a bit more of a Twitch. As far as, I actually have more views on YouTube. But on Twitch, I have what I would consider more of a community on Twitch. So people over on Twitch actually, not actually, seems easier to find me on Twitch than YouTube as far as people wanting to hang out and chat and communicate and learn. My whole goal here is to teach coding and programming. I think it's one of the most fun things you can do. All right, so let's clear out all the rest of this gunk. What I should have done is just selected the. All right, we're almost there. We're gonna do the font. I'm gonna get rid of this to add in a little background so we can see. New layer with a white background, fill with white. So we can see if there's any. No, it worked out pretty well. It worked out pretty well. This is our silhouette. I'm gonna inverse. So I click the silhouette. Now I'm gonna inverse the selection. Select, invert, and then delete. Click delete. So deleted everything that wasn't that. I should have done that to begin with. I should have clicked the silhouette there. Right, so now we have a silhouette. I'm gonna crop it. Oh, I want to try and get the arms down. So let's save this real quick. Save as silhouette. All right. And I want to see if I can rotate these arms so that they're not off to the side. This might be a little harder than I want, but I'm sort of thinking if I rotate it from here, set the pivot point somehow. All right, so we have this selected. Let's try copy, paste. This is why I want a rotate tool. If I set the pivot here, and then I can rotate it like that. I have the background selected. Let's try it now. Let's try this again. I gotta select. Maybe use a round select tool. I'm gonna select the shoulder. And then I will say also select the rest. Like that. Okay, and then why is it not, why is it seems to be selecting a bunch of stuff. Why can't I select? Pre-select. Scissor select. All right, well. All right, we'll try this again. Like that. And then we'll try the rotation tool again. Rotate. Clearly I'm not an artist, so try not to judge me too harshly. I have essentially very little idea what I'm doing. I want the arm down like that, so we're gonna rotate it down. And then we're gonna try and clean it up in the shoulder area. Turn off the border. Somehow I missed some chunks there. We'll just, oops. We'll just clean those up. And we will make this hopefully a nice, I gotta select. Can I have it go out from the center? There we go. Try and make a nice round shoulder somehow. Haha, Eder, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying it. But welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. We're here just trying to learn how to do stuff. That's my whole everything. Fill. Why can't I fill? Bucket tool. Foreground color. Opacity. Threshold. Fill. I just know how to use Inkscape so much better, but it's for editing. Inkscape's for editing. Why can't I? Is it because I have it inverted? Oh, it's selecting outside of the circle. That's interesting. Other thing that's interesting is, there we go. Whew, I bet this is painful to watch. It feels painful. If it looks painful, it definitely is. All right, so we got this lumpy shoulder. We're gonna clean that up a little bit here too. Reselect. We'll just chop that off. All right, not horrible, and we're not trying to be amazing. All right, so we're gonna do that, and then we will. What I want to do is just mirror it. I don't want to have to go through that whole pain again. All right, so I'm gonna chop this body in half. I know 80 styles with the shoulder. Look, I'm a programmer, not an artist. I'm no artologist, smab. Let's have this pasted as a layer. Edit. Paste as new layer. And then can I do layer, transform, flip? And then let's move it. Don't move. Okay. Whew. That was painful, man. That was incredibly painful. I hope it was less painful to watch than it was to fill, but I suspect it was more painful to watch than it was to actually do. All right, crop that. All right, we're gonna save this. Woo! All right. All I wanted was to find a silhouette like this that someone had published on Open Game Art. So I'll not that this is so bad. There's no reason to publish it. And maybe I was just looking. I'm sure there has to be someone has to have done this on Open Game Art. I just didn't know what to search for. All right, so we're gonna add this to our assets, our sprites. No one will notice. No one will notice. Silhouette.png export. Oof, painful. All right, so now we can come back in here, and I want to create. You click equipment, and it sort of opens up the silhouette there for you. And maybe even add in. So this should actually be called equipment button. I'm gonna add in a status button as well. So when you can switch back to the status screen. Status button. Status. And I'll switch back to that. there, and by default this will be disabled. When you click equipment button, it's gonna enable status button. It will disable the equipment button. And then it's also, there's going to be another, like a silhouette screen or something. Disable that one, and then let's add in create an empty. This will be equipment manifest. And it's going to be in our top left corner as well. 50, negative 50. 1,000, and it'll come down to 900, something like that. Maybe not so much. Let's go with 700. All right, so that'll be our equipment manifest. There's nothing in it. It'll be disabled by default. Go ahead and enable it so I can see it for now. But clicking that equipment button will enable it. And disable our portrait. All right, so wired that up a little bit. So we'll put the enabled things up top, the disabled things at the bottom in that list. So enable, disable, and then similar, the status button, clicking it should essentially do the inverse. So it should disable those. And will enable the status button and the portrait. And we will test that out real quick. Save. All right, so we get a toggle between those two, equipment and status. Interesting. I just didn't do equipment button active. All right, I did it reversed. Okay, let's try now. Haha. Equipment. What? Okay. Equipment button. All right. Equipment button should set the status button. Okay. On the portrait. Status button should come on. All right, so this should say, yeah. Status button turns on. The equipment manifest turns on. The equipment button turns off. The portrait turns off. All right, opposite. The portrait turns on. The equipment button turns on. The manifest closes and the status button closes. All right. All right. Whew. First try. First try here. All right, so we can toggle those back and forth. And now I just got to put some in my equipment manifest. And this is sort of where I want to make a prefab. So this is going to be a character prefab. It's going to be equipment manifest, or so it should be an equipment manifest. Okay. And so our equipment manifest is going to have this image in it. So create an image, and we're coming up on an hour and a half. I need to take a break here in about 8-ish minutes, get myself another cup of coffee, stretch a little bit. I have this bad habit of not taking enough breaks. Yesterday I did a bad job of taking breaks. We are going to try and do better today. So this is going to be our silhouette. And we're going to give it, if we search here, we're getting enough files that we gotta start searching for things. Silhouette. It's our source image. We can set it to the native size. Maybe my canvas. Anyway, this thing should essentially just so we can see what it looks like here, we'll turn on, well, it is on. Where's it? That's weird. Does it have a canvas inside of it? Oh, I've made a mistake. All right, let's unpack you. Let's get rid of that. Let's put it all right, let's go back to our equipment here. Let's get rid of this prefab. Let's add it here first, because right now it's saying like this thing doesn't have any UI elements, so when you made a prefab, it didn't know what to do. So now the things inside of it are game objects instead of canvas elements. So we'll just we got to get it started essentially. And this is our silhouette in there. We'll set it native, and then we'll scale it down a little bit, and we'll center it like that. Let's scale it down a little bit more. Okay. Let's set it so its height, well, I want its height to be about 700. I wonder if I can, no, I can't. I would like to be able to sort of lock in the perspective and adjust it here, but we'll do it this way. This is okay. I really want it to be 700 pixels tall. All right, I'm gonna try not to be too crazy about it. All right, so this is gonna be our equipment manifests template. And there we go. And the equipment manifest, the idea is we're going to have sort of the different slots we can equip things to are going to have sort of little squares you can put, like, drag things into. So it's sort of this draggable, the idea is you have these draggable components. Let's center this in our prefab. So we kind of want to come up with sort of a draggable icon or something. But I know right now we have a left hand and a right hand. So we have our silhouette. And then we are going to, that one's centered. Let's add in I guess an image. And I should get an image for sort of our box. I guess I can make it gray. Something like this, and then make it opaque. That's enough for now. This is good. What I would say, this is like semi good enough for now, and so make some anchor points on here. Where it, so we'll call this left hand. And these are gonna have, need to be a prefab as well. So we'll make, because I'm gonna add some scripts to this to handle dragging and dropping stuff. So this is actually gonna be called our equipment slot. Okay, so we need to make a couple of these. We'll start with a couple. Right now we have left hand, right hand. We'll go with chest. Oops. Yeah, chest. We'll go with legs. We'll go with head. Move chest down a little bit. I'm going overboard here. Got all excited about about this. And then we'll go with feet. All right, so we're gonna have those different equipment slots. If we look at our game here, we sort of have that there. The idea is I need to be able to sort of, I would like to drag and drop things into those positions, right? And that's maybe a challenge. Definitely gonna be a challenge. Because I don't know how to do it, so we gotta explore. I know that we sort of have like these pointer trigger event triggers, so I might be able to do something like a drop, you know. Ooh, they have end drag, begin drag. These are some events that might be useful. On drop, ooh, maybe I'm not. Maybe it is useful. All right, I'm super curious. Okay. It's time to read the documentation. But before we do that, we can sort of try to add in like a nicer background and stuff to be able to look at it. Oh, one thing is I'm not sure if I click equipment though, we get this. So that's the idea, is you get your equipment to pop up. You know, you should be able to drag like dagger in there. And then maybe even have a notifier telling you what is equipped in that slot. And I guess we need a little graphic to adjust there for whatever happens to be equipped in that slot. Okay. All right, I'm feeling pretty good about that. So we have finished the first part of our goal, our first goal. I guess I completely misjudged. So time estimates are really hard. So I've created a status screen. I've created an equipment manifest prefab with a paper doll style drag drop and just a template, no implementation. So I've finished my goal for today, which is awesome. And now I can explore how drag drop with the canvas. That said, I did say I was gonna take a break when I reached an hour and a half. So I just hit an hour and a half streaming. So I'm gonna take a quick, probably 2-minute break. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. I'll be back. But enjoy some sweet lo-fi brought to you by Stream Beats. I'll turn it up a little bit. Let's try. There we go. All right, enjoy it. I will be back. Getting some more coffee. Taking a quick break. All right, we are back. How's the... Probably shouldn't have adjusted the music level. How's the music level? Is it overly loud? I can't tell because I can't hear what the stream output is. It looks okay. The levels look okay, but I don't actually hear what the stream is here. And I should set up a monitor. Right, we are back though. I'm gonna do a quick stretch here for a few minutes. A big what am I saying? That fan is not quite the right word, but I believe that stretching is really good. If you're at a computer, if you're like me and you're at a computer all day, getting up and stretching is just such a good thing to do. Get away from your computer. I turned it down a little bit more, Smab. Is that any better? Let me look at my equalizer. My equalizer shows it not too loud. Let me know. Did that do anything? So I am going to stretch here. I'm going to encourage everyone else to join me in some stretching. Get up, move around, get yourself some blood flow, and just try and get yourself going. So I'm doing some stretches here. I'm finally not horribly sore, but my partner and I, my girlfriend, we started this new exercise routine. She wants to do, she's She's an amateur gymnast. She's into physical sport. She's a warrior, is what I'll say. But she wants to get into flipping, get better at flipping. So we've been doing this. It's a 30-day exercise routine to prep yourself to start doing quote unquote flipping, but like gymnastic style flips. So major lower body workouts. And so for several days, my legs were killing me. We're on day 7. Today's Tuesday. So we started last Monday. So today would be like day 8 or day 9. Oh, I guess it started the same time I started the RPG or something like that then. Anyway, I normally do stretches, but it's been such a... I wouldn't call it a New Year's resolution because I'm not planning to do it the whole year. This year, though, resolutions are dangerous. I don't make New Year's resolutions. I try and go with like yearly themes. So I think it's CGP Grey has this idea of New Year themes or a year of something. So I've been doing that for a few years now. So this year, my theme this year is the year of education. All right, so I want to do the year of education in which I create more educational content. 3 years ago, it's either 3 or 4 years ago, it's the year of teaching, in which I said I'm gonna make sure I become I'm gonna start teaching that year because I've always wanted to be a teacher. I've always done quite a bit of teaching, but it was the year of teaching, and that's the year I actually got hired as my first teacher. So it wasn't a New Year's resolution that I wanted to become a teacher. It was the year that I wanted to teach lots of stuff. And so I did summer programs and got a job. I did a lot of teaching. I actually started, that was 2019. Yeah, so that's 4 years ago, 2019. I tried to start a summer camp the year COVID happened. So I invested about $100,000 into buying stuff for a summer camp, and then that just fell apart. But that's okay. That's okay. Things happen, right? So I was trying to start my own summer camp, and COVID didn't let that happen. But it worked out really well because instead of starting my own summer camp, I ended up finding a school and working at a school. Nice New Year's resolution, 1920 by 1080. I have I need to get better monitors. I have one that's just like an HG monitor. That's funny. HG monitor, and the other one's like a 2K, so they have like different resolutions on them both. Oh, that's rough, G. I'm so sorry to hear. You're having some leg issues. That's any sort of like ongoing issue that prevents you from doing the things you want to do is horrible. I get this vertigo apparently is a symptom. So I would say I get vertigo, but I forget exactly what it's called. But I have this condition where I have my inner ear, there's these crystals that sometimes detach and give you vertigo. I have like a really bad version of that happens on occasion. The first time it happened was a couple years ago, but I was essentially dizzy for 10 weeks straight. If I got up and did anything, I'd be dizzy. And so I actually taught myself how to read Braille during that time. I'm not saying I can read Braille super well, but I taught myself how to read Braille so I could actually do stuff. And I have like a little Braille machine so I can connect it to my computer and read text and stuff. It was cool. Core, welcome back. How was your lurking? Was it productive lurk? Oh, stretching feels so good, man. So good. Yeah, we're about to hop back in here. I can't believe 80%. Nice. 80%. That's good. I have finished. I'm gonna double check though, but I think I finished my goals for today, which was amazing. I did not expect to get through them so much. I was trying to be very cautious not to overdo it, but apparently my prefabs made this much easier to do. Oh, that felt good. Felt really good. Okay, so what I want to do, let's look at, all right, so I'm done stretching. I hope everyone got themselves a nice stretch. Yeah, so we're going to explore dragging and dropping things via the canvas. So I want to be able to take an item and drag it somewhere. So we're going to see if we can do that. I believe this is going to require me to add in. I'm going to change the music again. This music's a little bit oddly distracting. I'm going to go with the, let me find a better music here. I like the ambient. Sometimes I like the ambient stream beats. Let's find stream beats. Albums, show all. Let's try this one. Okay. The reason I wasn't on the stream is because my visiting doctor's all week. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you're in recovery at this point. I hope you're in recovery at this point, G. Cool. Welcome back to the chat, Cor. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out, this is my first time doing it, how drag and drop works. And so what I want to do is my character inventory. We sort of have this oh, I thought we had an on select. Character inventory. Thought there was an on select at the top level, but there's not. Essentially what I want to do though is sort of have an on drag event on my character inventory. That's wild that there's not an on click here. What does the script look like? Character inventory. Is it the inventory script? There it is. On select. So the inventory has an on select associated with it. What I want to add a new. Okay. I want to add another event that says on drag, like on drag, so we can figure out which. If an item gets dragged out, we'll know about it. All right. So rather than just an on select, we also want sort of an on drag. So I want to know if I'm dragging an item, what's happening with it. So I kind of need to, yeah. So I want to know if I'm dragging something, drag out maybe, but on drag, I want to be able to drag my items around. Learning about how finicky bandaging is. By the way, I've run out of good coffee. I did end up ordering coffee yesterday, but it's not arrived yet. I have this, someone at some point, I don't like, I'm not a Starbucks sponsor, and I'm not a fan of Starbucks. Someone bought me some Starbucks coffee at some point a long time ago, so I happen to have sort of this like emergency Starbucks coffee that I'm regretting brewing. It's just so Starbucks coffee tastes burnt to me. Some people like it. It's not my style. But Starbucks coffee just sort of tastes burnt, in my opinion. Okay, so with that in mind, this inventory item renderer, similar on this, I'm gonna have an on drag that can fire, and we're gonna figure out how to drag it as well. On drag. And so the idea is that our inventory render, in addition to having the click option, we're gonna have it also sort of forward the on drag when yeah, when the entry gets dragged, it's going to invoke the drag for the overall inventory. And then we're going to implement the drag on the individual item, which hopefully shouldn't be too bad. So we should be able to go down to item entry. So we have the inventory item renderer. And somehow we have a click associated with it, which is fascinating. Or is that specifically part of our inventory? Wow, I don't know how that even works. Inventory item renderer. Unselected. Somehow we get the unselected. Inventory, what? And we're using... there's a... Okay. Inside of the item entry, there's a container. The name, spacer. Highlighter. The highlighter is what gets the click. Okay. So I want to know if I can do a begin drag here. So, which I don't know what that means. But the idea is I'm going to make it so when you go to drag it, it will create sort of a like little silhouette or something that you move around with it. So we're going to have this begin drag, and it's not going to call select. Instead, it's going to call inventory item render. Is going to need a drag. Like this. All right, so when the drag event gets fired, it's going to call the drag event. The begin drag will call the drag event on that item, which then if we come into inventory, or I suppose, yeah, in our equipment or not equipment manifest, but in our scene here, we now have access to this drag thing. So I can add sort of like a drag spawner or something that makes it so when you drag an item, and maybe it should be part of the inventory itself when you start dragging a thing. Maybe when you start dragging a thing in the inventory, it'll create a little thing that you're dragging around. I think that makes sense. That it would be in the inventory, because it needs to be able to spawn sort of the same type of thing. Okay, let's try that. In our inventory, we're going to create an empty... Well, really, it should just spawn one of our templates or something. Let's see if we can do something here in our inventory renderer. Inventory renderer. Rather than just doing the on drag, really we end up with like a droppable thing. So it's almost like this event on drag doesn't go off. It's like when you release a thing somewhere. All right, so we're gonna play around with this real quick. When I start a drag, let's format here. So I'm gonna start a drag, I'm gonna spawn, so I'm gonna instantiate. And I'm gonna instantiate, and it's not gonna have a parent. So let's see if we can instantiate item template. Okay. And the item we're rendering, item template, we're going to render the specific item that we're doing. So this should just, so we're going to see if I do it, if I do an on drag, it should spawn a thing into the scene somewhere. I don't know where it's going to go. And in fact, I think it should just kind of be top level. And instead of spawning that, we're gonna have another thing that's sort of like a draggable thing that's gonna follow the mouse around until you release, and then when you release it sort of disappears and it can like fire, it can pass itself into other things. I don't know exactly, but let's try. Does nothing. All right, so because I guess I don't know how these things really work. I don't understand when is the all right item hovered text inventory to drag item. I just don't think this is triggering anything. Let's do a debug.log drag. And we'll play around with which event calls it. Because I don't think it's being fired at all. Yeah, it's just not being... Oh, it is being fired. Interesting. Where is... It is making an entry for this thing. Where is that? It's just like off in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so it is... It's not in our canvas, though, so we need a reference to the... Alright, so we can't just put it anywhere. It needs to be in our canvas, and then the scales, because the scale is going to be all wacky. Okay. Okay, so it is dragging. It is doing what I want. It's just not... I do need a parent to tell me where the target should be. Can I just have it put it... I guess. All right, for now we'll put it in the item list. I probably need to make a new container for it. Let's try that. It's going to be interesting because this thing's it needs to follow the mouse around on the screen. Whereas now it's going to be in here, and then this thing happens to have like a container. So when I drag, it just adds the item. It's interesting, it's adding the wrong item. Oh no, there it goes. Okay, so when I drag, it does add it. We can't put it in that spot. I want it to be on like the global canvas. Which is interesting. So inventory kind of needs to be aware of the private, or the global canvas needs like a draggables type thing. Transform canvas. So it wants to find its parent canvas. Does this thing have like a... Might actually have to have a tag. Which I think are sort of bad. It's like bad to do. Oh, I can find canvas. Okay, find. So when this thing wakes up, we need to set the canvas equal to game object dot find or transform dot find parent, get component in parent canvas. So I'm not sure if this will recursively go up. Returns the component of any of its parents. Okay, so it does go up all the way to the parent, and we'll get the transform out of it. So it needs to be inside of a canvas, and then this will instantiate this in the overall canvas. And that should allow it to move around freely. If we put it in this list, it's going to be under the layout manager, and it'll always populate it underneath. So now it should add it to the the uppermost level. So it should add it in somewhere, some weird spot. Yeah, it's just like sort of in the middle there. Cool. So the idea now is to have it follow the mouse around. So I really want to make sort of an object that is sort of like a draggable. And when you release it, just sort of vanishes. But it will trigger like an on drag end event. And so when you on drag end into one of these little boxes, it'll try and pass the item in and you'll get some information about it. That's the goal. That's the thought process here of what we're trying to do. I've never done it before, so we're learning. We're learning how to do this. So we're gonna make a little drag and drop system. Okay. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Instead of just instantiating that, I want to have, oh, maybe I just add, okay, so we instantiate it, but then we're also going to attach, so we'll do item. Okay, so this, oh, I've done the wrong thing there. This needs to be inventory item renderer, draggable. We're going to implement instant that, and then we're going to also add, I need to create a new component called the draggable in our UI components. Okay, so in our scripts, controllers, this is going to be a UI thing. This is like a generic UI thing. Draggable controller. Guess it's kind of a controller. I don't know if it should be in UI or controller. Feels like it should be in UI. But it is a controller. It's not rendering anything, it gets attached to that's rendered, so we're gonna do draggable. All right, and the idea is it's gonna have an event that's sort of like on release, it knows how to sort of destroy itself. All right, so, and this one, ooh, this one's gonna have to have an update, I think, but we'll find out. Because when the mouse moves, we need to move it with the mouse. We're gonna center it on the mouse. Okay, so the idea is a draggable. Using namespace, not using namespace. Namespace adventure quest dot controller. This is why I'm like, maybe it should be in UI because it is a draggable. All right, we're gonna put it in UI, but it's a UI controller. That's what I'm gonna say. And so when we create this thing, we want to do draggable dot component. We want to add a add dot game object dot add component draggable controller, and we'll have to add that namespace. All right, so when this thing gets created, we're going to add the draggable component, and the draggable controller is going to cause it to update around the screen. Core, good luck sleeping. I hope that caffeine doesn't affect you too much, but have a beautiful night, my friend. Thank you for hanging out. And as always, you're welcome back anytime. We'll see you next time. So, just to verify that this is working, I'll do a little drag. And then the item, yeah, the item that gets added has a draggable on it. Okay, so a draggable controller. It's just so interesting to work on in this abstract way. The draggable should detect. It's going to require a component, and the component it's going to require is if we look closely at the inventory, there's a thing we want to attach it. There's probably an interface I could actually have it implement from events using Unity engine.events and event.event systems. I bet I drag. Yeah, I bet we can have I move handler. Let's look at the documentation on move. Does not. I pointer move. Here we go. So if we move or exit, we want it to update its position to match the cursors. All right. Apollo, welcome back. So nice to see you. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. I'm doing very well, thank you. So we are trying to implement an inventory or an equipment manifest prefab. So we're on day 9 here. We've done, I'm really happy with all the stuff we've managed to get done, but check it out. We got this equipment screen, sort of. We got our inventory. The idea that I want is I want to be able to drag items in here to. What's interesting is this dagger not implemented. I'm trying to create a drag and drop equipment manager, so you can take some things from your inventory, drag it onto your character, and it will invoke your the manifest associated with the player character that you're controlling. So it's going very well. How are you doing, Apollo? It's so nice to see you again. And so we want to public private void update position. So we want to update the position of this draggable controller. The thing that we're dragging should always be wherever the mouse is. And then we also want an eye pointer up handler. So when we release the mouse, the object should destroy itself. Yeah. So on pointer up, it'll end up getting rid of itself. But I want this. Let's look at what pointer event data. I'm assuming this is going to give us back. Apollo's doing well. Made a simple file searching in directory page in PHP, but I'm not sure about it. When you say you're not sure about it, what do you mean? I'm curious. Tell me more. Tell me more. What are you not sure about? Position. So I'm curious what the position is. Is this like world space? Is this local space? But ideally, when we'd update the position, let's try updating it with the pointer event data. And instead of updating, we're going to call center on mouse. The idea is that when we do this, it'll just center on mouse event data. This will just forward that off in this way. And I'm a little transform dot position equals event data dot pointer event data dot position. All right, let's give that a shot. Sometimes this we're gonna see like the world space position and stuff sometimes has the translation between the positions. I think this is global positioning though. Okay, so that does work. When we move, if I move my mouse too fast, it gets away from it. So we want to look at the other. So I might... What are our other pointers? I pointer... Enter. What's interesting here, I understand when it spawns, it's not attached. So when on start, we need to sort of have it be where it was. So I understand that initially the mouse is not sort of attached to it. So initially, I hate that I can move away from it too fast. So I might have to put this in my update that says, well, as long as I'm dragging, just update it to wherever the mouse is. I'm surprised that the events... Apollo says, I wanted to exclude extension, and so I trimmed the stuff after dot. Now it can't be searching using extension, but now when I search without dot for G, it doesn't show up. Oh, interesting. Interesting. You wanted to exclude the extension in the search, is what you're saying? But the search itself isn't able to detect the other bits either. That's interesting. I understand what you're trying to do. I'm curious what's causing your problem. What are our other eye pointer? So I'm just fascinated. When we exit... Yeah, I think this one just needs to use an update where it finds the current position of the mouse and updates it. Get the current state of the mouse. Okay. Well, we tried to do it with the event system, but we're able, I think what's happening is we're able to like move out and then move before it can like put the mouse, the object in that position, it moved it away. So unfortunately that's not going to work. Instead we want to center on mouse, somehow getting the mouse information from, you know, the game, say Unity engine, Unity, get mouse position. Input.mouse position. The vector 3. Okay. So this should always center mouse input.mouse position. I hate putting things in update, but this one makes sense because every frame we want to make sure. So this one makes sense. Every frame we want to. Maybe not in PHP, Apollo. So Apollo, can you tell me how I can exclude extension from search with proper method in PHP? I can maybe talk about that a little bit. Let me get this working real quick, and then I'll see. I'll see if I can help you with that. Yeah, I'd be happy to. I've managed to finish my goals for today, so I'm happy. If I hadn't finished my goals, I'd have to suggest waiting. Why don't you, Apollo? Why don't you? Are you part of the Discord? Are you on Discord? If you're not on Discord, join Discord, and maybe post some of your code on the Ask for Help channel. Create a little thread on the Ask for Help channel, and in a moment, once I'm done testing some stuff out here, we'll take a look at it. All right, so now it updates really nicely onto the mouse button. And I'm just gonna, so the next thing to do is say, hey, is my mouse being held? Yeah, I'm super happy with it. All right, so we can drag these out now. I don't like... I don't like... There's a bug. When I start dragging from my dagger, it makes longsword. And I don't understand... Ah, I do understand. So this would be draggable.render item. I wasn't making the draggable render the correct item. Let's try again. There we go. Now it's rendering that exact item. We could potentially put this somewhere. Curious what people think. I was thinking drag and drop, so you drag it and you release it, but should it be drag and then you click it into the spot? I think I'm gonna do drag and drop. I want to be drag. So in my draggable, if the mouse isn't down, center on mouse, and then we're gonna do a check dropped like this, and the check dropped is just gonna check is input.mouse get mouse button down. Turns true during the frame, get mouse button. Turns whether the given mouse button is held down. I think it's just button 1. All right, so if the mouse button is being held, so if the mouse button's not down, destroy this game object. First, we will this dot enabled this dot set or game object. So I don't need to guess. Game object dot set active false, and then we'll destroy it. So when I release, it should destroy whatever I'm dragging. But yeah, we'll take a look at your code, Apollo. I don't have any way to run PHP on this machine, but we'll see if we can write a test for it. And I haven't written PHP in a while. All right, so now it doesn't. All right, so I need to understand which mouse button. I bet it's mouse button 0. There we go. All right, so we can click and drag inventory items now. And the cool thing is, I believe, let's save here, if I happen to go back to my shop scene, although my shop scene has the click handler. So, but let's check out my shop scene just real quick. I'm curious. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to click and drag things in my shop scene too. Yeah. So you could potentially, I can't do it from my item shop because I've attached it to the item, specifically to this thing. But it shouldn't be too hard to add it. But yeah, I can drag and drop my inventory. Anywhere I happen to have my inventory, I can do that. I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, I have not made a commit in a while. Let's make a commit, and then I'm going to take a look at... Ooh, I'm really mad at myself for not committing. I'd been doing so well at doing incremental commits. All right, Apollo, give me a second here. I'm going to commit. Oh, actually, let me know when you've posted. I just double checked. I don't see it in there yet, but I'm going to make a commit. Post your code in. Let me know when your code's posted, and then we'll take a look at it. But I'm going to commit here what I've done. So we've started our drag drop system, which is nice. And then we're going to take a look at some PHP, which I've done. It's been a while since I've done PHP stuff. PHP gets a pretty bad rap just because it's gnarly. There's some gnarliness about PHP. All right, so item, render, abilities table. Let's try and commit these in a logical way. All right, so we added don't show again. I need to make it stop trying. Maybe I should just make it so that meta files default to text editor. All right, so feed add IHAS ability interface. Then we refactored abilities table to accept refactor abilities table accepts IHAS abilities. Then we essentially, everything else was UI stuff. So that's why it's been such a fun day. We're doing only UI stuff. Portrait selector, draggable controller. All right, so everything else is work in progress. It's all prefab stuff, work in progress. Creating equipment, work on creating status screen with status screen. Adjusted or created equipment manifest, explored drag drop, drag, no drop yet. Okay, push that up. This was cool. This was cool. All right. All right. We'll keep pressing forward a little bit here while Apollo gets us some PHP to look at. All right. So what I want to do is in my equipment manifest. In my equipment manifest, we sort of want to be able to trigger. Okay, so in fact, in my equipment slot needs a script attached to it. So we're going to create a script for our equipment slot. So it's an equipment slot controller. Equipment slot controller. This will be something we can drag things into. And so this will be in the namespace. What namespace was I using on these? Oh, I failed to put them in a controller namespace. That's okay. Namespace adventure quest dot equipment. And the equipment controller, or is this an equipment slot renderer? Sort of the same thing. All right, so using Unity engine.event systems, we want to have an I pointer. Ooh, there's no drag. Drag. Here we go. Drag end handler. So I'm curious if I'm dragged from one spot to another. Wants me to build over here first, real quick, before it can do the import for us, or this implementation for us. So I'm curious. We'll do a debug.log drag ended. Okay, so when we end a drag, can we get it to, so if I drag from thing over here to over there, is that gonna trigger a drag end event, I'm curious. It doesn't, because I think it's, I don't know what would trigger it, to be honest. What I can do, so my draggable needs to have like its target associated with it. So I pointer enter. The idea is this can have an event that sort of says, if I'm inside of it, I can notify, yeah, I pointer enter, I pointer exit. I can notify someone that they have selected me. So my draggable can have like a target container. Right, let's add these in here. So we have a target container. And so this will just trigger an event. So public Unity event. Yeah, a Unity event of an equipment slot controller. So it's going to tell someone else that, hey, you've selected an equipment slot controller. Then our draggable, we can sort of say on release. On the release, we can say to have some sort of set method. Yeah, so on event, on pointer enter, enter. Get private set. Oh, it wants me to import Unity events like that. It really doesn't like the number of errors I have here. I can't call it on pointer enter. On selected. So what I can do is say if we're inside, okay, we're gonna have a thing called on drop. So we'll know if we've dropped it. And we can manage that inside here. We actually don't have to care about, why can't I import that? Using Unity engine.events in this way. So we're gonna say if we're on pointer enter, on pointer exit, and then we're basically have on mouse release inside. So public void I pointer up handler. Part of me feels like that's all that might be the only thing we care about. Yeah, I'm pretty sure on up is all we care about. And this will trigger on drop invoke this. So it'll like send that off to someone saying, hey, this is the equipment slot you just triggered. Well, let's add a debug.log. Mouse up. I'm curious if on pointer up will work. So if like my pointer's down and I go into it and then release it, does that trigger? Or does it only trigger if I do the mouse down and then up within that? So we're gonna find out. Well, nothing happens. Oh, none of these okay. What I had before might actually have worked if I'd put it on the equipment slot prefab. All right. I didn't actually add equipment slot controller. So let's actually try the I drag end handler again. Debug.log mouse drag end. All right, so let's see if we can trigger it that way. All right, and we'll run it. Still nothing. Pointer up's not doing anything. Drag's not doing anything. These have... I don't have it on there. What's going on? Why didn't these... Interesting. Not detecting anything. All right, let's try a couple different ones. Debug.log, mouse enter. Maybe it won't work on this mouse. Exit. Eye pointer move. Debug.log move. Sweet. Let me take a look in just a moment. We'll run this one little thing here, and then we'll come back to it. Where this is frustrating me, so it might be good to get a moment to not have it. Okay, so it is triggering that. Pointer up doesn't do anything with that, which is weird. Eye pointer click, eye pointer down. Maybe I just don't understand when down fires. All right, let's do this real quick. I'll take it. I promise, Apollo, I'm gonna check. My thirsting curiosity needs an answer. Debug.log click, and then this one. It's telling me this one. Debug.log pointer down. So maybe I just don't understand what pointer up and pointer down are doing. Well, it has a pointer down, it has a click. No reference. Did do the pointer up that time. Fascinating that this what new here. Oh, that's because I need to. All right, this doesn't need a new on it anyway. This should be field, serialized field. Yeah, so the pointer up only happens if you happen to have clicked down on it first. All right, so that answers my question of how that system works. If it's not if the pointer happened to be down already that comes up. So instead, we need to sort of detect something. We need to do something else to sort of detect the mouse is up. All right, so we'll do that in a minute. I'm gonna go check out. Apollo's asked for help. Apollo, let me show you a little trick. All right, so Apollo has a question here. Apollo's posted some code in Discord. It's a little bit, the formatting's rough on it. So Discord supports some very basic, what's called markdown syntax. And so I'm going to edit this real quick. I'm going to show you. Oh, I guess I can't edit your code here. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to edit it real quick, but you wrap your code. Let's say I wanted to post this code. Let's say I have some code I want to post over here. Oops, I just opened up Pencil. Let's close that. Let's say I wanted to post this to the Discord. Or more specifically, let's say I wanted to post just this chunk here. All right. If I go to Discord, and this works in a lot of places. If I go to Discord and just post this in, the formatting gets a little bit, you know, wonky, whatever. If I wrap it in triple quotes, like this, it actually will highlight it sort of as a text box. So this is sort of a notation for pre-formatted text. So I'm going to recommend anytime you post code somewhere to always wrap it in that way. And this is why you see me a lot of times. I'm talking about hello, and I'll put a tag here, printf. You know, for example, printf hello world. If you wrap it in single quotes, it does that highlighting. So you're calling out, hey, this thing happens to be code. So just fun little pro tip, or what I should say, not so pro tip. Good to know. All right, so let's look at this here. Scander path, basement, base name. So someone has submitted a file to you, and the file is in the name. So there's like a form, and the name in that form or something is code .pdf. Okay, and so you want to strip out. So we have the scander path. So is this scander failing for you? So you're trying to find the file at this path. All right, so the path happens to be my path htdocs dir, and dir is the year. Okay, so you get a year in. It substitutes that in there. And then we scander, because I'm not sure what scander does. But my guess is scander is returning an array. Yeah, so we have file names, and we say for each file name, if we strip the file name with X, STTRI position. So you're gonna find the index of that. You echo and you break else. Okay. Well, let's go write a little bit of PHP. So I'm gonna let me get a little project open up here real quick. I'm gonna open up a replit. I gotta switch accounts real quick. Log out, log in. Okay, so I'm gonna create. I haven't programmed in PHP in a while, but we're gonna give it a shot. We're gonna give it a shot here. So I'm over on Replit. Replit, if you don't know Replit's a little website you can create little virtual machines to play around and do some stuff, and great little resource to test some things out. All right, so we're gonna try and write some PHP. We're gonna try and write some PHP here. I'm gonna take your code and I'm gonna substitute some values anyway. It's definitely not safe, yeah. So there's several things you do. I know you're just learning, you're exploring some stuff, but let's check out what's going on here. Rather than doing a post here, getting the base name. So I'm gonna say, you know, give me an example of what X might be. So maybe this is like, I'm assuming this would end up being something like hello world.pdf. Is that correct? Let me know if that's not quite right. I'm curious if that's sort of correct here. Let's see, can we format this? Is there a formatter? Usually there's like a format button, but I don't have one here. All right, so I'm gonna comment this out here. So let me ask the question, X, is this a file name that you're searching for? All right, so that's the file name you're searching for. And then we're going to just say that our path, so we'll say path is equal to, some path htdocs slash 2023. All right, so we're going to say path is equal to this, this here. All right, so we have hello world. Oh, let me use double quotes. I'm not sure if I should be using double quotes or single quotes. I can never remember in the language. But we'll say that this is the path we're searching for. And let's also say file names is going to give us back an array. All right, so let's say we have a file names here. And let's look at PHP how to declare array. So I want to declare an array in PHP, and I don't remember how to do it. But it looks like we can kind of do it this way. So we'll try it. We'll try something like this. Okay, so file names is going to be an array. Oh, it was right there below me. So let's say we have, this is sort of what we're going to search through. Scander, does this give us the exact, all right, so I'm going to assume it's going to give us something like this back. So we have other.pdf. This would be hello world.pdf. And this would be not.jpg. Or potentially hello world.exe. Right? So you're trying to do something where you're not searching specifically. Let's try and keep formatting reasonable here. All right, does this run is a question. All right, so it didn't crash, so I'm assuming it's okay. And we have this for each loop. So you're going to say for each file names as file name. I'm assuming this here is going to get us, so let's echo, just so I understand here, let's echo file name. Okay. Okay, so X is out there. I'm going to put a new line after them just since I'm in the terminal here so we can see this. And so you're wanting to find, let me see if I understand the question, Apollo. You are trying to say, you're trying to find either hello world.pdf. Both of these would be values that you would want to find. Is that correct? So in the case of hello, if X is hello world.pdf, we would end up finding both hello world.pdf and hello world.exe. Okay, so we want to, essentially everything after the dot we want to lose. All right, so let me ask you, let me add in another question here. Let's imagine we have another path here like this, .jpeg.exe. So if I type in, if you type in .pdf, it shouldn't show up. Okay, but if I type in hello world, it should show hello world.pdf, hello world.exe, and hello world.jpeg.exe. It'll show all of these in that case. Okay, so we're gonna say, gotcha. So I'm assuming this is like user input. So let's do a thing here. I'm gonna say user or search. All right, so the search we want to find here is hello. Ooh, let me ask this question. Hello. If I just put hello in, which of these does it find? Is it just going to find things that have the word hello in it? But if a file name has pdf before dot, then it should show up in the file. Okay. Arch0's rating. Thank you so much for the raid, Arch0. Happy Tuesday, my friend. Cell Shell Seashore. What a great username, raid. So everyone who's boom, give me some raid. Happy Tuesday. We are in the process here. So we're in the process. Just so everyone knows what's going on, we have a long time channel member, a regular as you might, Apollo here, has asked me how to filter. Apollo's trying to write a program that can sort of filter names in a search. So we're doing a little bit of PHP here, but we're going to get back to Unity here in a little bit, I think. But we're doing a little bit of helping out a longtime follower here. So the idea is we want to only print out things that have everything that comes before the .pdf. So we need to be able to strip out, you know, so our search is essentially going to be, we're going to take X and we need to pull out everything that comes before. So I'm assuming, let's look at what stir I pause is. Okay. So PHP substring. All right, so we want to do a substring, I think. Beginning and offset. String, offset, length. All right, so we want to do a substring. We need to identify where the dot is. So our search is going to be a substring of X from the beginning to the first index, extension index, right? And so, for example, in this case, is extension index. I'm gonna do it this way. Extension index ix extension index. In this case, it would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's either gonna be 9 or 10. Let's try 10. Echo search with a new line there. Let's see if that's what we're looking for. So the idea is, yeah, so we're looking for the word search. So you'll have to figure out how to figure out what index this is and get the correct substring. And there might be some nice utilities to do it. Cell Shell Seashore, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. But now what we want to do is essentially in this loop where you're looping over everything, we want to check again the prefix here. So is there a starts with? And maybe not even a starts with is applicable. So like PHP string index of. All right, so string pause. Stir pause. Find the position of the first occurrence of the substring. Okay, so we'll do a stir pause here. So this happens to be stir pause. Gentinius, working on a C# problem. Gentinius, if you can't find someone in chat to help you, feel free to post it on the Discord. Plenty of people over there that often try and help people out. But yeah, maybe we'll take a look at that too. But it depends on what your problem is. So stir pause is going to take in a haystack and needle. All right, so we'll take in a haystack and needle. All right, so we're going to take in a haystack, which happens to be our X. But yeah, post it. There's a channel specifically for ask for help. That's what we're doing with Apollo here. Apollo asked for help, and we're trying to work through this problem. And we're searching for a dot. Okay, so we're gonna find that dot. And so now if we run this again, we still get hello world. And in fact, if I happen to have, you know, if I just have hello, it should still drop everything after the dot. Okay, so we still drop everything after the dot. Gentinius, if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, let me know. I've never seen that set of characters together before. Gentinius. Let me know if you would like me to pronounce it a different way. All right, so Apollo, we are now finding the extension here. One thing though is if there's no PDF, this is probably gonna blow up on us. Yeah, so now we have a -1 here. So we don't want to lose it if it's a -1, right? So we need to sort of check if the extension, right? If extension IX is less than 0. So I believe it returns -1. Let's go look at stir pause again. Returns the string position, returns position relative to the beginning of the haystack and returns false. Okay, so it's going to return false otherwise. So I think we're going to say if extension IX is not, so if it's false, we want to actually set extension IX to the length, the length, or we actually don't want a substring in that case. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna up here, I'm gonna say search is actually gonna start out as just X. If extension IX, if we found an extension, we are gonna instead get the substring of it. All right, so let's run this. If I have no dot, it doesn't cut it off. So notice hello world down here is hello world PDF. If I put a dot in, it's gonna do the same thing. It's gonna chop everything off here. All right. So this tells me, and I'm gonna wanna use this same code sort of in my for loop. So this sort of tells me I need to define a function to be able to reuse this thing. So I want a way to like remove the .exe, remove an extension. So let's do PHP functions. I don't know how to make a function in PHP, so let's go look real quick, see if we can find out function name code to be executed. All right, so let's write a function. All right, so in our function is gonna be remove extension. It's gonna take in a variable to remove. All right, and we're gonna do this. We're just gonna come in here and say, I wish there was a format button. I don't know how to format nicely. I apologize for that. So instead, now we have this remove extension. We're gonna look at toRemove. We're gonna say, does toRemove have this? If it does, then we're gonna return this substring. Ret run. We're gonna return the substring. Otherwise, we're just gonna return toRemove because that string already happened to have it removed. All right, so now our search happens to be remove extension of X. So X was sort of the user thing. Let's test it out. Let's run it again. I've broken something, which is a little disappointing. How do I, maybe I've defined a function wrong. Let's test this out here. If the extension IX, I'm gonna try something real quick. Return foobar. Okay, so I returned foobar. Something's gone wrong here with my input. Maybe I'm not passing in return toRemove. All right, so now it's just returning that. What is my extension IX? Isn't remove extension X? Oh, this is here. I needed to update this. So my substring should be on toRemove, not X. All right, so now I have a function remove extension that, given a string, removes everything after the dot. So it finds a dot and removes the dot. So now in my file names, so in this loop here, I can actually say loop over this, and I can say, you know, file name is equal to, or we'll call it prefix. Prefix is equal to remove extension file name. So we're going to pass that in there. And so now we can say, okay, well, what are these things with just the file names, right? And let's put a slash in there. So we're getting closer. We're getting closer. So prefix, this will be the prefix. Right click format document. Yeah, so usually they have that. What's interesting is this PHP one doesn't have one. Alt-Shift-E, Alt-Shift-E. Yeah, so I know usually there's actually a format button in the top right, but for some reason PHP doesn't have a formatter. That's the problem I'm running into. Unity Coder, thank you so much for looking that up for me. I'm actually a paid Replit user. I was about to say I'm a Replit power Replit user, but I'm not a power user. But I have a paid account because I use it so often. I'm sad that there's no format button. All right, so we have this remove extension. Oh, and I got to put $1 in front of this. So now Apollo, check it out. All of our things are now removing that prefix. Okay. Next, I'm assuming your file names have this sort of path at the front. So what we want to do now is we want to get the substring of everything after the last slash. Okay. So we need to write another function here. Function get file part. Okay. And so that's going to take in like a path. And the idea is we're going to find the last index of the slash and remove that. All right. And then get everything that gets after it. We're going to get last part. I don't know. This is a bad name. This is a bad name. Someone can, and I'm pretty sure in PHP we don't like camel case. So I apologize for that. So now I want to know the last position. All right. So stir PHP find index of last element in array. End. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, I have another idea. All right. PHP split. Okay. Explode. That's right. I remember it being called explode. All right. So we're going to use explode here. And this function, explode, takes a string and turns it into an array. So now we're going to take our path. I'm going to call this tokens. We're going to explode the path on the /. So this is going to give us all of the components. Boom! Explode, exactly. We're going to explode it. And this is going to give us all of the components. We really only care about the last one. So we can return tokens of the last index. All right, so PHP last element in array. Apparently there's an end function that I can just use, which is weird. I don't think that's really what I want. PHP array size of, or count. Okay, size of turns the number of elements in the array. All right, so in this case, we're going to do size of tokens -1. I'm pretty sure PHP does 0 indexing. All right, so now we can say get the last part. All right, so we're actually going to say, okay, just file name is going to be get last part of file name. Then we're going to get the prefix of just the last part. And then we're going to show the prefix. We're expecting a semicolon here. Well, that was disappointing. Explode. Let's look at explode real quick. Separator. It takes the separator first. Okay, so I just have my arguments wrong. In fact, we want to explode on the slash. Have my arguments wrong. So now you'll see that I get all of these components out. And what I can do is I can say, okay, how do we do string equality? PHP string equality. So we need to check if two strings are equal. So how to compare strings in PHP. Equals the most common operative two strings are equal to each other, then it returns true. String match is printed. Okay, so we can use double equals. So we'll say if prefix is equal to search, then we're going to actually echo out the whole file name. So rather than just the prefix, we actually echo out the whole file name. And now we only see the file names that have hello world. It ignores the .pdf on it. Okay, was that helpful, Apollo? I hope that answered your question. I think this is what you were trying to do. Let's send a link of this, the Frightened Sweet wearables. All right, so if anyone wants that, I'm pretty sure this was what you were asking for, Apollo, and I hope this was educational. I hope this was helpful. It was interesting to write PHP again for, you know, many years ago. I haven't written PHP probably since I was 16 or 17 years old. Back then, I think it was on PHP 5. All right. Okay. Well, hope that was helpful. Thank you for the nice distraction. Oh, and then I'll post in the Discord. I'll add it to a thread here. Reply. Thread. Potential solution? Question mark? All right, we'll post that in there. So you'll have it. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. So let's get back. We were in our... That was fun. That was fun. I am at 3 hours here, so I should probably take a quick break, do a little bit more stretching. I want to get maybe a little tea. I have another coffee. I would get another coffee, but I'm out of good coffee, and I don't want to drink more Starbucks coffee. So I'm going to take a quick break here. Then we're going to get back into it here. We're in the process. Let me show everyone who's joined us real quick. It's only going to be like a 2-minute break, hopefully. We are trying to work on our character's status screen. So we're trying to do our equipment manager, and so we've added sort of drag and drop on these, but we want to be able to drag and drop items into these slots and have a little picture appear or something appear next to the item saying, hey, this thing is equipped. Okay, so that's sort of what we're going for. So we're building a drag and drop system right now. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go get myself some refreshments. I'm out of water, so I need to get more water. I'm gonna stretch a little bit, and then we're gonna get back into it. I'm gonna go for at least another hour here. All right, so see you in a little bit. I'll be right back. All right. I am back. Thank you everyone for your patience. Apollo, I'm sorry your internet's broken. So I did post the solution in Discord. Check it out. Check it out. Let me know if that's what you're looking for. I hope it's helpful. But yeah, if you get a chance, go back, rewatch it. And I sort of walk through my thought process a little bit for solving that as well. All right, so I'm going to do a little stretch here again. We're just over the 3-hour mark. As you may or may not know, I'm a big fan of making sure you take care of yourself. And so if you've been sitting, if you have an opportunity to get up, stretch a little bit with me, please do so. Take care of yourself. But we're gonna do a little stretching here. So I'm doing some leg stretch. So I'm stretching my quads right now, my calves and quads. But yeah, I encourage you to do a quick stretch with me. The next 90, 90 seconds, 120 seconds, minute and a half, 2 minutes. Stretching is just so good for you. Roll your shoulders out a little bit. Oh, feels good. Feels good. Going forward now. Get that blood moving so it's not pulling anywhere. Oh. Get those stretches in. Wake yourself up a little bit too. If you're just waking up, ooh, I'm hitting my light there. Maybe shake your hands out a little bit. Get the blood flowing to your fingertips if you've been typing a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna do some little calf stretches. Oh, that feels good. But yeah. So I highly encourage everyone to take a little stretch break every hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe at most 4 hours. Make sure you stop, get up from what you're doing. It's hard. I get obsessed. There's been some streams here before where I've gone probably like 5 or 6 hours straight nonstop. But trying to remind yourself to stretch will help you stay focused longer, do better work. So yeah, definitely going to encourage you all to stretch right now if you're not. If you haven't, if you've been sitting and you're able. I know some people watch while they're at work, so they might not be able, or it might be embarrassing. But be the person that stretches. Get your coworkers. If you're at work right now, get your coworkers to stretch with you. Let them know how good it is for them. Raise that morale a little bit too. Ooh, that feels good. It's a nice stretch. Ooh. All right, I'm gonna switch here to my right hand. Oh, that's good after the workout I had yesterday. That feels awesome. Okay. Another 20 seconds, and then we're gonna hop back into it and go for another hour-ish, I think, and then we're gonna stop. Have I start work in about 2 hours. 8 o'clock here. Work starts for me at 9:45. I'm gonna stop here in about an hour, and then get ready for work. Oh, beautiful. All right. Ooh, that felt good. Got myself a cup of Earl Grey tea. One of my favorite teas. Dark tea here. Out of coffee. Let's go ahead and close some of this down. Okay, so what do we want to do here? We need to be able to detect. All right, so my draggable. I gotta do something clever here. My draggable. So when I move, it won't even let me. This thing is like in the way of that. That's so disappointing. The mouse entering and stuff doesn't trigger while I'm dragging. Wow. So I'm gonna have to. So what I can do though, okay. What I need to do is when I release, so notice as soon as I release, my mouse enter sort of goes off on that. So my item has sort of this like on drag start, on release type thing going on. Okay, so my inventory, I need to have it know when I'm dragging and when I get released. And that way I can say, well, what was the thing that just got released? What item is this? And then I can send it over. This thing can be registered, sort of like the on target can go and see, hey, what happened. So on the mouse enter, this thing can check, hey, was something just dropped? If it was, do a thing. That's really quite annoying. But I guess mouse enter. Which ones are triggering here for me when I release? Mouse enter and move. Yeah, so we're gonna do mouse enter. That's the one we need on. Mouse on pointer enter. All the other ones don't really matter, because when we release that thing, if we happen to be entered in it, it's going to go ahead and fire the release. So the timing is kind of important here. So on our inventory, our inventory has this on drag item. That's sort of like when we start dragging, but what I really care about is when we release that item. So my draggable should have an event that fires, draggable. Check dropped, and it's going to have an event that sort of says on drag end public. And it'll pass itself off, so it'll pass the game object off. I think maybe the draggable controller. So public Unity event. So we're gonna have this be an event, and on release. So when we release, we need to be able to do something with it. And so in our inventory renderer, we actually want to do the on. So we have the draggable, controller, draggable. This should, hang on. I've done some terrible naming sins here, so this should be item renderer. Now we're gonna get a draggable controller, and we're gonna actually say that draggable dot on release dot add listener, and we need a result. And it says, like, for now we're just gonna do a debug.log released item.name. So this is sort of gonna be the thing that we release, just so we can verify that the on release is firing. And yeah, so we check here, we actually do on release dot invoke. So we invoke that it was released, we disable everything, and then we destroy the object. So let's test that out. So now the idea is I should be able to register this, be able to create like a high level event that says on release, rather than on drag, it'd be like on release. Our inventory can inform, we can have an event that says when we release something, send that to whoever's listening to us. Yeah, so we release a longsword, release a dagger. And we sort of want to, all right, so we do need to keep track of if we're, this is tricky because the mouse is not actually interacting with those. I'm curious if we put it at the very beginning, it would render underneath everything though. So on release, all right, so this will be on drag release. Our inventory can register when we release something, what we're supposed to do. All right, so this will just invoke on drag release, invoke with that item. So the idea is I kind of want to register these as saying, okay, when we release the item, check to see if the item should go into here based on our position. So if we got released, and then the mouse enters, we need to do something. No, I'm not using the new input system. I'm not even familiar. What's interesting here is that seemed to update it. This is wild that changed to longsword. My prefab changed. Oh man, you can modify your prefab. I'm not even familiar with it at all. I should look at it. I guess I should have looked into. I should have Googled here. You know, I just wanted to. I didn't know if I could do a drag and drop system. I should have Googled how to do drag and drop in. I didn't even know there was a quote unquote new input system. I'm pretty new to Unity, by the way. I've not really looked into Unity all that much, so this is. I probably should have looked into Googled how to drag and drop in Unity. I literally was just going like, oh, there's these things. I know how, you know, there's these events and there's a drag event and there's a pointer event. So I was going, oh, I can implement something using that. So I should probably, so I'm probably doing way too much work here. Arch0, thank you for informing me of a new input system. My tea's not quite brewed yet. I'm gonna let that sit for a little bit longer. It's not the level of tea flavor that I want. But yeah, I want, when I release, it's more like, okay, so this is fine. My equipment slot, it's more like this registers on an item. This isn't quite right. I'm really disappointed. All right, so let's look in here. Unity detect mouse through other objects. So Unity, all right, so really Unity eye pointer event handler. I want it to happen through objects. Even when mouse hovers over a certain object, mouse stops hovering over, use the eye pointer exit. When under something else. Sort of want it to forward. I had a few posts on pointer not being called in the gallery is disabled. Yeah, which image bold interfaces changes background while inside of the box. I set the hover. The other posts I can just reset. iPointer handler blocked. The tiniest block's not even in there. Trying to figure out, and if someone knows this, I'd love to know. Because maybe I have to, again, I might have to write my own update thing, which I would hate to have to do. So let me describe, oh, thank you. So, Arch, here's what I'm doing. You can select what blocks it. Okay, cool. I'm gonna take a look at that. So essentially what's happening is I have this mouse enter event on these things here. Okay. But when I drag and drop this, it blocks the event because essentially the thing I'm dragging is absorbing the effects. Okay, so I can turn off the ray cast. Okay. So Unity Coder also suggested the event system here can block it. Okay, so I can turn off the ray cast. Okay, so this should be part of my hover highlighter. Canvas under your canvas item. All right, disable. All right, Unity. Oh, on canvas itself. Okay, so on the canvas, Raycaster. So if I disable this, you're saying that it will be okay? Interesting. Let's see if that. So now it doesn't detect that. Instead, blocking mask, nothing. So my question, undo. Okay, but it just while driving under your canvas item. Oh, so I can turn it off specifically in that item while I'm dragging it. Okay, so let's Google here. Canvas item. Raycast, no block. Or canvas item, disable raycast. From inner inside of it, attach a canvas group component. So the idea is if I'm dragging something, it's a me, Unity Coder. 2018, I know. I should, yeah, I really need to make sure I double check that. What would be nice is if in this draggable, so what would be nice here is maybe this somehow. Arch is give me a spot to look. Under your canvas, you want to pick up just while dragging. That's the one. I don't quite. This has sent me in the right direction here, I think. Okay, so on this. Yeah, so I'm doing my drag logic here. I have a thing called draggable controller. So the thing that's getting dragged is the game object attached to this. So essentially, like, this one would be like public void or protected on awake, right? So my question though is I don't know how to set the raycast here in my code. Yes, I understand I want to do that. I'm just trying to look in the code on how do I actually disable Unity game object disable raycast. Okay. Collider. I'm creating an RPG game. Point and click. I make dot collider maybe. So again, this is 2013 game object dot. So it has, okay, so it's the image component itself. Okay, so I can go inside of this thing. So the thing that I'm dragging. All right, so the thing that I happen to be dragging is, I think the hover highlighter is the thing that's getting detected. So it should be this, you know, so it's this, I think, should be in the image. Okay. So we're gonna find, okay. Raycast target. Is it raycast target or maskable? All right, let's check it out. Thank you so much, Arch. You're the best. You're the best, my friend. Aw, sad. Assuming this is gonna work here. Well, now I can't. So, oh, okay. I need to disable it while dragging. That's what it is. So, all right. So let's go back here. I need to actually turn it off later. I need to go in and turn it off. Okay. So the thing that I'm dragging, I need to find all of the things that can raycast inside of it. So that's a little bit sad, but we're gonna write a thing called turn off all raycasting. Turn off raycasting. Raycast 2 words? I think raycast is 1 word. So when we wake up, we got to sort of find, I could do it on thing, but I want this generic draggable. I want to be able to find all the things down inside this. I did not know that. I did not know that. I didn't even know that was a thing. That makes sense, though. It makes sense because otherwise it's firing extra events, right? Because the event system's listening, so I'm like, oh, something happened. Something happened. Now I know. Private void turn off raycasting. So all of the events are firing essentially all the time. So if you turn it off, those events don't fire. Genius. Genius. Arch, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying it. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to, so my whole goal here is to make sure people learn something. I'm doing this mostly for my students to be able to come watch later and see my thought process. All right, so we want to sort of find, get, game object.get components in children. So in case the thing has multiple things in it, and really I need like a list of all the raycastables. But for now, I know the things I need to turn off happen to be. Is there like a giant parent type? Let's see. Let's look at the parent type here. Ray cast, iCanvas, ray canvas filter. That's probably what I need to do. Is well, my hope is that oh, you know what I can do? I'm being dumb here. I don't actually need to do this in my draggable. We're gonna get rid of this. I'm being dumb. I'm being dumb. I'm a dumb. In my renderer, when I create this thing, I can find it in my child. Right, so right when I drag it, this thing should know how to disable itself. All right, so specifically in my item entry, so my item entry, it wants to disable it on the hover text. So my item entry just needs to be able to do that. So on item entry, we'll call this highlighter. Nope. In my inventory item renderer script, this becomes my private image highlighter. Using import for me Unity engine.ui. This is my highlighter. Field, serialized field. I think I might not be able to make an image here. I might have to. Hey, it works. Okay, so in my inventory renderer, item renderer dot. Oh. Let's do a public void disable raycast. This will be highlighter dot canvas render dot has, what is it called in our editor here? Raycast target. Edit script. Raycast target. So it's in this probably. Well, you won't let me go to that. Cast target. Raycast target equals false. Hey, okay. Let's give this a try. So then we just say that item render.raycast disable raycast. Alrighty. Can we make some magic happen? The box disables them. That's funny to me. All right, so now I can drag the dagger around. I liked before it was hit. All right, so now we should be able to do that. Okay, cool. Arch, my friend, thank you so much. I appreciate that very, very much. And we can also I want to have the highlight stay on it. So I gotta turn my image on as well. So when we disable the raycast, maybe I shouldn't also do the image bit here, but I'm going to set let's look at what I have for the on hover as far as the highlight goes. I'm just setting the alpha to 0.2. Okay. So the image colors alpha. So highlighter dot color equals, do I have to do a new color? It's annoying. Highlighter dot color, highlighter dot color dot. Is there a nice little swap? Nah. Right. R highlighter dot color dot G highlighter dot color dot B, and then highlighter dot color dot or 0.2. Yep. There we go. And we'll rename this highlighter, not highlighter. So now when we're dragging, we should also still have that highlight. And if we change the color, it shouldn't matter too much. Let's give it a go. We broke it. All right. Disable raycast. Oh, I changed a variable name. This is why I like events a little bit better. But that's okay. This is where unit test, need a unit test to make sure that that's okay. There we go. All right. All right. So in fact, I can actually come over to my equipment slot. We have an on drop. Eye pointer handler. I don't think it registers. If I don't click down, eye pointer, up handler. 90% sure I can't do this. Please let me implement you. Please let me implement you. I have to do explicitly? Weird. Public. Pretty sure this doesn't work on up. Like this will not work because I didn't pointer down in it first. Yeah, it only does the peculiar. Does it only do? Does it only do? Do I also need an eye pointer? Oh, wow. Eye pointer down handler. The up only works if you have an on pointer down, apparently. Fascinating. If you have just one, it doesn't detect the other. I mean, the click, the on down, I think will work actually. Yeah, fascinating. So what I need to do though is when we're on enter, it's sort of like the selected equipment slot. All right. And on exit. All right, so we need an enter and exit. On pointer exit. we sort of keep track of whether or not I want to have this nice on drop thing that sort of detects when the mouse comes up. Let's try something silly here. Public or private bool. I feel like I don't want to do this in my update, but I might have to. Is hovered. So if we're inside of it, is hovered equals true. Is hovered equals false. And I don't like the following. This should go above. Don't like the following. I would like to do it with events if possible. Protected void update. But we're gonna say sort of if we're actually only is hovered if our mouse is down. We enter if input dot mouse button 0. I really don't like this. Then we are hovered. All right, so if we've dragged over it and we're hovered. And then if we're here, we're just gonna check or drop. So checking for drop basically says if we're hovered and the mouse button 0 is not pressed, we're no longer hovered and we do an on drop with ourselves saying, hey, you just dropped here. Debug.log dropped. I pointer enter. Let's give that a shot. Got about 20 minutes before I have to hop off here. So if I were to come in here and I get it dropped, if I just click in there, it doesn't work. It only works if I click outside, drag in, and release. The worry I have is that I have this weird feeling that the event system, let's say I click in here, so I'm dragged in right now. If I move really fast out, it still has the dropped, right? So it's only while I'm sort of in there. So I hate to put this in the update. I'd much rather use this system here. But yeah, there's this weird problem where the event systems doesn't always detect. It's close enough, but we get a drop there. So normally if I move out like that, I just actually have an actual bug, it looks like. If I drag in and release, it works. If I drag in and then move out, it doesn't. Let's serialize this real quick. Fields. Serialize field. Oops. Serialize field. When I exit, is hover should go false, and we only do this if we're hovered. Yeah, so when I move out, oh, I pointer exit handler. There we go. So that was the issue. But I'm curious if I can. Let's go to our right hand. It's interesting. I have that. Oh, I had it right. I'm gonna drag it in. All right, so now it's doing it. Can I move off really fast? Okay, it seems good enough. I actually feel like there is something, because there was a little thing where if I moved awkwardly fast, it was causing issues with it. But we should be able to do that now. When we drop into the slot. Okay, cool. Cool. Can drop into the slot. We get this sort of thing. Okay, equipment slot on drop. And we can now register our sort of inventory on drag release. It's interesting. I'm like, okay, we have this drag release and on drop. In addition to the on drop, we sort of need like the, I think more than anything, we need like on enter, on exit. We need to keep track of whether or not this thing's selected. So our inventory, our equipment manifests. We need an equipment manifest script at this point that sort of knows which thing we're sort of hovered over. So that way when we release something, we can say, okay, well, our equipment manifest is going to be registered on these releases. Yeah, so our equipment manifest will be registered on the on drag release. And the equipment manifest will also know which thing is currently selected. And so then it can forward the information properly. So I'm not quite right here. This shouldn't be on drop. It should instead be sort of enter and exit, so it knows which one. Okay, so that I actually kind of like that better. And on hover, on enter, on selected. I actually don't think this doesn't need to actually do anything now. So the enter actually just says selected and unselected. That's it. On deselect. So this will be on deselected. So this just fires on. So this is just forwarding it. Cool, and then we don't need this. We don't need to check for the drop. Although that might be nice if we know that we'll probably have like something that's sort of like on equipped or something. So we probably still need to know when something attempts to be equipped, but we'll add that in later, and that will forward it to the equipment manager and say, hey, I just tried to equip something here. But I'm not sure we need it because I think the equipment manager is going to know. Yeah, so we're going to add in now an equipment manifest controller. So our equipment manifest controller is a mono behavior. Equipment manifest controller is a mono behavior. And that's going to be on our prefab, our equipment manifest prefab here. Equipment manifest controller. All right, so this thing needs events that say something. We want the item that we're dragging when we release it inventory renderer on drag. So this draggable on release calls on release here. Okay, yeah, so our equipment manifest has a method public. When someone releases an item, we're gonna get that here. So public void, equip, right? So it's gonna pass in the item we're equipping item to equip. And then we also are gonna be keeping track of, so debug.log to equip.name. So we can check it here. It's gonna basically, when we release the thing that we're trying to equip, it's gonna call to equip, and this thing is gonna know whether or not we are currently have a item selected. So in our equipment manifest is gonna be added to the on drag release here. So our inventory knows when the item gets dropped. And our manifest controller is gonna say, okay, well, I'm gonna try, when you release that thing, I'm gonna try and equip it. And then the manifest is going to control whether or not it's going to know which thing is currently hovered over based on the events we defined moments ago. But this should, yes, it says dagger was released, longsword was released. Okay, so now we want to say, we need to know which item slot we happen to be registered on. Okay, so it's going to be public, public. It needs to be nullable too, actually. I don't know if the nullable types exist in right here. I don't think they do. I think C#, it's an older version of C#. So equipment slot, current selected slot, get private set. Okay, we can do it. Okay, so we're gonna say if selected slot is null, we do nothing. Otherwise, we're gonna try and do an equip on that specific slot. Can do it. Get set like this. Yeah, so we want to be able to set it to null. Okay, so now, cool. We're gonna go into on selected, on unselected. Let's go to our manifest here. Our equipment slot. Our equipment slot wants a type. Equipment slot controller. Field. Serialized field. Public. Equipment slot target. Or we call it slot. get private set. So we'll be able to specify which equipment slot we're going to in that regard. Okay. And in our equipment manifest now, left hand, right hand. I need to add more equipment slot type, so equipment slot, left hand, right hand, head, chest, legs, feet. Feet, legs. So for each one of these, we're going to specify the slot. Left hand, right hand, chest, head, and feet. And then we're going to attach what I think what I want to do is if I ended up adding more of these, it's going to be convenient for my equipment manifest to just go through and find all of the equipment slot controllers in this scene rather than me manually wiring them up. So what I'm actually going to do is in my equipment manifest, when this thing wakes up, it's going to go find all of the manifest controllers inside of it. So protected, void, awake. So when this thing wakes up, we're going to get game object dot get children, get components in children, equipment slot controller. So we want to go find, I think this returns an array. Yeah. These are going to be our slots. And we're going to register ourselves in all of the events. So for each slot in slot. Careful using bar. I say var because it's variable, not variable. I often say, I interchange it a little bit. But be careful here. You should only do this if you're like directly, like very close to the type definition. In fact, I think it's just bad practice to use it in general. There are times, so when you're declaring an object, if it's very clear what the thing is. So here I can't do it that way. That's fine. I'm gonna do it here. But that's one called not so pro tip. One of the things that bothers me in C# is when people use the var keyword on everything. I think that makes it harder to read the code. But on declarations, it's okay if the right side is very clear what it's doing. So in this case, I think it would be okay to use it if we knew, because we see the type on the right side. Similar here, I was kind of saying I could use it here because I see the type right above it. But this might move, so we're going to do this. Slot dot on selected. All right, so on selected. Okay, so this could actually be private set. We're not going to let anyone else do this now. And we'll do a field, serialized field here. When this thing gets selected, we do selected slot is equal to slot dot slot. Dot add listener. We're going to say we're adding ourselves to this listener. And then we also want the on deselected, this is going to become null. All right, so when we move out, it becomes null. So now we can say, you know, equipping to selected slot. I believe this will work. We're about to find out. And then we'll attach an equipment manifest to this in fact, we'll attach the player's equipment manifest, and that'll sort of give us some information here. So our player currently has no equipment attached. They're not equipped to anything. Equipping dagger to right hand. But if I drop it over here, it doesn't do anything. Equipping longsword to head. All right, we got that in. We got that in. Since I'm gonna go overtime just a second here, because I want to actually add in the. We need to be able to register the actual equipment manifest that we're gonna be watching here. So I'm gonna have a private field, private equipment manifest. What did I call it? Equipment manifest. Yeah, I just didn't put the I first. Private equipment manifest. Equipment. All right. And we just sort of need to be able to register this. Okay, we can actually make this a public field. Equipment, and it has a get and a set, has a public set. So we want to be able to set that. And in fact, we want it to be an I has equipment. Okay, so something that has the I has equipment on it. Is that right? I think we want this actually. And we kind of need sort of a render. Yeah, because this thing's going to be modeling it. Let's try something here. I has equipment. I think if I do I has equipment, it'll be good because the I character implements the I has equipment. And so I think our character observer, so our character controller here has a character observable character. I'm pretty sure we can say, okay, when the character changes, can't. Oh, because I made it private. We need to set here. We're gonna say, oh, come on. Oh, I changed the wrong one. I'm breaking everything. Should read my code before I just start changing it. All right, so technically it will load up whatever our character's manifest is when the screen, when it changes. So if the character's manifest changes, it'll actually update it for us. And so now we need sort of like an iEquipment renderer to tell us what's there. But we should be able to do the following as well. It says if, so we can test it out this way. If equipment is null, we do debug dot assert, debug dot log error. Well, really, I could just do debug dot assert equipment is not equal to null. Equipment should not be null here, so we can add this assert and say the equipment manifest was not loaded prior to equipping. All right. Otherwise, it should, I'm going to do sort of like specify is equipping blah to selected slot on equipment.name. Do I not? Does equipment not have a name? Oh, it's an equipment dot. Yeah, there's nothing there, but we can do a toString on it. Essentially, we're going to do the following equip. So it's a has equipment. Has equipment. Okay. And the item we're dropping, okay, so it also has to be an equipable. So we're gonna say if to equip as I equipable. What is I equipable? Equipable. I'm gonna say in fact, can we do it's not? So if it's not, what is this telling me? Use pattern matching. I would, but it won't let me. Maybe. Let's go look at our equipment methods. Doesn't need the 2-string here. This is taking a little longer than I want. I'm so close. I'm so close. Equipment manifests. Equip to equip slot. We have to be an I equipable. Yes, we have to be an I equipable first. So what do we return? It returns a bool. Returns a bool. In fact, I have a new thing here that's like a result. So really we want this to return a result. So well, that's on the to-do list for later. To do. Need I equipment manifest to return I result rather than bools. So that way we can get the message back up to the user screen. Okay, so, but for now, I can do a pattern match. So equip's gonna be like, it's gonna have a bool here. Say bool success equals to equip, and really we want to match on to equip. Let's try just to equip for now. Switch specifically if it's an I equipable. Then we're going to return the success is whether or not as equipment. I got rid of my assertion. No, it's down here. As equipment dot equip the item. So the item we want to equip has to be the equipable, and we're going to attempt to equip it to the selected slot. And we're gonna, if we know it's not null here. We know for sure it's not null. So it has null.value. We know for sure it's not null because we did the null check here. All right. So this will tell us whether or not we could equip it. And then in every other case, if it's not an I equipable, we're just gonna return false. And we'll say the following was success. And what we'll do is we'll use the I result to be able to get a message that we can sort of propagate up to a sort of message box or something that shows up over here. And only on failures will display it, but otherwise, but now we'll be able to see whether or not we can equip a thing. And so if I play, I should be able to go to my equipment, dagger, drop. Oh, equipment manifest was not loaded prior to equipping. Oh, I changed the name of it here. Debug.asserts are good. And it's going to tell them value cannot be null. What? On release. This is interesting. Well, things were working. let us this is interesting. So what's happening is when I actually equip this in my equipment, my equipment happens to be, maybe not, maybe it's not observable. Let's go look at equip. My character equipment manifest. Oh, I thought maybe I was notifying that I had changed. Okay, so that's not equipment slot. I got a lot of things going on here. Let's reopen equipment manifest controller. When we call the equip, let's try true here. I'm pretty sure for some reason calling this is somehow propagating something through. It's gonna be a somewhat awkward bug to debug, I think. Let's keep going. Right hand on adventure. So it does print out the manifests. Let's get rid of that. So the manifest set, for some reason, calling the actual equip something's triggering. It's like it needs to be destroyed later. Like being destroyed immediately is causing a problem. On release is being invoked multiple times. Let's do a debug. We're gonna put check drop. Oh, check drop's gonna keep going off here. Instead, we only want to do here. What is I think this seems to be getting invoked multiple times or something. All right, let's attach the debugger here. Ooh. I've got a lot of, not a lot, I had some leftover statements. We'll get rid of those. I gotta hop off here. I have to start work in 30 minutes. I gotta go soon. But I'm curious if I release it here. It's fine. The on release exists. False, and then it destroys itself. Click continue. So it calls it once. If I drop it out here, it calls it once. I'm curious. All right, so when I drop it here, it calls it once. All right, so right now on release is there. Argument null. Wait. Can we start that over? On release is not actually null. Okay, so this error is actually happening. Oh, when I was double clicking on this, it was just bringing me to the wrong line. If I look at the actual error, argument null, value cannot be null. Check dropped. It's just saying that this is the thing that caused it to invoke. So in our equipment manifest, line 15, and then that goes to our actual equipment manifest, line 41. Okay, let's look here. Something is null here. Oh, I bet this has to do with serialization. I bet there were things that weren't serialized that I needed to serialize. So this event is fine. It's here. Something here is null. So we have two equip. This thing, the equipped character is null. That's a problem. That's the problem. We're checking whether or not the character meets the requirement. The character is null. So this is part I have a to-do. Aha. I have a to-do here that was this problem. Character manifest, remove character and make it an argument instead. So that's what's happening is we need to make character an argument. And not necessarily a character, it needs to be something that is like something that can equip stuff. So a character, something that has an iEquipment manifest, but it also needs to sort of have the ability to get like the requirements on that thing. So something that can wear equipment essentially. Okay, so I found that's the bug. Stroke Hard Game Studio. Happy Tuesday, my friend. Welcome aboard. If you've been lurking for a while, we are actually just at the end of our stream here. We've gone a little bit over. We've discovered our bug. We're building a drag and drop inventory system. All right, so I can continue this. It'll crash. And what's happening is my character is not being set here. So the solution, the hack solution here that I'm gonna do real quick is that my equipment manifests when I equip someone. I need to take in an I character. Wearer. The person who's gonna wear this thing. And so I really need to make something that works there. But yeah, Stroke Card Games, welcome aboard. I'm curious how you found us. How did you find the stream? I'm always fascinated that anyone can find it. But yeah. Thank you for the happy New Year wishes. I'm trying to finish this first. I'm gonna go for at least until I get this compiling and dropping and registering what I want. Or until I have to go. I do have work in 25 minutes, so I do have to actually stop here soon. Code Red Games, it's going all right, my friend. We're about to. I'm 20 minutes over. My work starts in 25 minutes, so I do have to pop out very, very soon. No longer takes in the eye character here. We're almost done building a drag and drop inventory system, or the first draft of the drag and drop inventory system. Yeah. So if you're just about to end, don't raid me here. Don't raid me here because I'm about to be over as well. But how'd work go for you, my friend? Oh, anyone who's watching here, shout out to Code Red Games. Code Red Games is making a absolutely amazing. Go look at it, Blight, Rogue Blight, on Steam. Go wishlist this. Go wishlist it right now. Post this on both YouTube and Twitch here. Rogue Blight. This is what Code Red Games is doing. If you're not following Code Red Games, follow Code Red Games. Check out the doing. They're a real game developer. I'm a phony. I'm just trying to learn Unity so that I can teach like an introductory class on it. But they're a real developer. Go check it out. Awesome stuff. I wish I had time to promote it a little bit more. I do have to. I'm rushing to get through this right now. And I might break all of my serializers right now. Let's come back here. I got to run my test. I just modified a bunch of stuff. Do my test still pass? Fixed compilation, definitely not, because clear, equip. All right, so this needs to now accept an I character wearer and forward that to that way. So we're doing some refactoring here, and now our unit tests. Okay, so now I can pass in. This thing needs to also have an I character on it. I character. All right, so this is all getting gnarly here. So I had my equipment manifest aware of the character to avoid this. I'm sure my tests are busted now. Character. And we can assert character, not new. The character was not loaded prior to equipping. My tests are gonna fail because I've changed this whole thing. So I gotta go through and update all of this. Oh, this is... All right, we are not gonna make a commit. We cannot make a commit here. Although our unit tests, maybe we can make a commit if our unit tests passed, right? So instead of a character here, it really should be a set of like equipment restrictions. So that's really what we're doing, is we're checking whether or not this character can equip those things. And so rather than passing a character, it needs to be related to equipment restrictions. So let's keep fixing our tests here. Bob. Too Much Tomato. I will absolutely raid Too Much Tomato. Thank you for the recommendation. I didn't have anyone in mind. Yeah. Oh, Stokehard Games over on YouTube. I'm sweating too. I'm sweating. We got this laugh sweat going on. That's sort of how I'm feeling right now. Thank you for the recommendation code, Rad Games. We'll go check them out real quick. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stick around too long. There's still a red. I missed one Bob. How do we do on errors? Unity! Unity, compile for us, please. Come on, baby. Go away, errors. Huh! Alright, unit test, pass. Let's save, save. Come on, unit tests. Oh, I have my... I need to get rid of my breakpoint. Get rid of breakpoint. Alright, restart. Oh no. Character equality test fails now. Oh, I'm glad I had this test though. Why is it failing here? What's the error? Line 72. Are the characters identical? They're not, because our equipment manifest now. Let's go to our equipment manifest. Character equipment manifest. Should only care. What does equality on our manifest look like? It only checks that the equipment's the same. Our equipment's matching, so I think something else I did broke our character. Our manifest works. All right, anyway, let us check here. All right, we're not gonna commit, we broke some test. I need to go back and see if my previous commit is actually what broke my test. But my equality test is broken, so now I have no confidence in my serialization test. My equality test doesn't work. The character was not loaded prior to equipping. Yeah, I know. All right, so this is because our equipment manifest needs to be registered on our character controller and set our character. And we're getting the same thing. Well, that's so annoying. Okay, I gotta stop. Bummer. Can't commit this. We're so close to having a working system. All right, but thank you so much, Code Red Games, for popping in. Have a beautiful day. Everyone, thank you so much for watching. We're gonna raid Too Much Tomato. All right, we're gonna go check out what Too Much Tomato is doing. Have a beautiful day. Thank you for watching. If you haven't yet subscribed, feel free to, not subscribe, followed. Feel free to join the Discord, post your questions. And as always, keep coding, keep growing, and have yourself a beautiful day. You're welcome back anytime. See you next time.
let's just test that science area thing real quick. So here's my game, Forklift Flower Pot. I wonder if my chat's working, because I see that you rated and I'm not seeing any chat coming through. Oh my goodness. Well, welcome all of you. If you're silent lurkers, appreciate it. Oh, Code Red is coming too. Oh, you were super slow. No, it's all good. I just hadn't had anyone in my chat say anything for a while because we're in the middle of a work block. But I appreciate it, y'all. And Code Red, thank you for showing my Steam wishlist thing here. Let me just play a little bit of it here so you can see. Captain Coder, how was your stream? Good stuff. You working on a game or just a project with programming in it? Oh yeah, get to work, get to work. I'll come check out your stream sometime. Adventure Quest, nice. All right.